dames en heren, vanaf deze plaats hartelijk welkom heten op de briefing tijdens de subsidie van de Millennium en FEI. Onder omstandigheden gaan we zo dadelijk van start met de cross-country. Het is het tweede onderdeel, 1 het resultaat van deze event. Gisteren is de recensie totaal 96 nominaties op de stad gehad. En de nominaties zijn prachtig weg en de resultaten zeker in de top van het klassement.
Heel dicht bij elkaar. Bertra is al nog even beoordelen. Dit is dus zoals
korter route uiteraard meer. Moeilijker of het alternatief de nodige tijd kost. Wat betreft de C12 ABC. Circular Road aangeboden door Polen.
Wanneer we deze hindernis gepasseerd zijn, gaan we linksaf over de weg. En dan onder de berken, daar komen we hindernis 13 tegen, genaamd Zilverberken, aangeboden door Broekveld. Heel mooi aangereden, imposante hindernis. Kant weg. En dan komen we bij de boerderij van de Roos. Er zijn heel wat mooie hindernissen geplaatst, hindernis 14 en 15. We zien het toch als combinatie. Combinatie deelnemers kunnen.
Aan de linkerkant de kortste route, moeilijke punt op te springen, of hindernis 14 alternatieve voorstijging, en dan de bospoortmogelijkheid om deze hindernis te nemen. Dan gaan we nog Rijnland en dan de 16 tegen 11 tegen de Roosboer, dan hindernis 7, of nu staan we elkaar.
Zojuist even bij hindernis 17, uiteraard komt daarna hindernis 20. We gaan dan een stukje over het weiland weg en komen dan voor de bosvijver. Daar zijn nieuwe hindernissen opgesteld dit jaar. De bosvijver aangeboden door Batenburg Techniek. En ook deze keer deze. Joost Stuwen is de sponsor van deze hindernis. Al over dat mooie weiland met aan de eenzijde het bos. Galopperend gaan we naar Drop en Draf. Deze locatie al 14 jaar een hindernis. Dit jaar aangeboden door Horse Friend. En dat betreft hindernis 22 en 23. Staan meteen achter elkaar.
Bij 22 moet het deelnemers feitelijk al de keuze maken voor ze hindernis 23 die gaan nemen. Daar veel opties. De korte route rijdt uit rijdt aan, maar wel technisch moeilijk. Of is voor de lange weg. En dat kost uiteraard tijd. En elk om de buiten de optimale tijd te nemen is 0,4 strofpunt. Om binnen die optimale tijd te rijden, ja, dat helpt natuurlijk de nodig is binnen de
Dan naar 24 Homestead, aangeboden door de
Well, a very good morning and a warm welcome to Cross Country Day in Boekelo as we look to get underway with the first of 96 combinations heading out of the start box in approximately 2 minutes' time. This is the order of go, and actually the Nations Cup team riders will be coming forward at the start of the cross country, and then we will see the individual riders in the second half of competition as well. Thankfully, it is dry in Boekelo today. The team have been working tirelessly. Adrian Ditcham, the cross-country course designer. There's Karin Donckers, our pathfinder, just making her final preparations down at the start. But the team have been working absolutely tirelessly to make sure that the going is as good as possible. As you can see from some of the images around the site, let's just say it's been pretty wet and muddy. But Karin, what better way to get us started than one of the most experienced horse and rider combinations in the field. And there we go, still working hard. The fence judges will be keeping everything looking as good as it possibly can throughout the day as well, I am sure. So Karin Donckers will come forward for Team Belgium. Karin actually comes forward with Fletcher van der Veerhof on a score of 30.0. Left them individually inside the top 10 overnight. And as for Belgium, they are in team fourth, 93.1. 19 years of age, Fletcher van der Veerhof. How fortunate we are to be able to enjoy this wonderful horse who has been to a lot of major championships in his career. We tallied it up yesterday and I think we got to about 6 or 7. Absolutely extraordinary. And she's going to give us an early glimpse of what is in store out there on course. As the day progresses, the crowds will gather. We'll give you an update on the changes that have been made. Fences 4, 5 and 6 have been removed due to the ground. So that is the bar at 4, the fallen trees at 5, A and B, and the barn at 6. The revised optimum time is 9 minutes and 5 seconds. And the total distance, 5,176 metres in total. So, the Jokes Water at 8 will come up much, much quicker than it would have done otherwise. The cross-country time here in Boekelo can be pretty influential. It'll be interesting to see actually how it rides, because there has been so much rain, and even though we've had a drying couple of days, some parts of the course are still quite wet. And sometimes when bits of the ground have dried out quite quickly, it can become quite energy sapping as well. So it could be that the time really plays its part on the leaderboard. Karin Donckers, though, we couldn't ask for a better pathfinder. She's been to a whole host of major championships. She's unbelievably experienced, and Fletcher van der Veerhof, as I've said, 19 years of age. His best placing actually was calm at the World Championships in 2014. But huge credit must go to Adrian Ditcham and everybody involved, because actually you can see just the conditions that they have been working with, and they have been far from straightforward. We're very grateful to them all for digging deep and putting on a show, because without them it simply wouldn't be possible. So Karin Donckers, Fletcher van der Veerhof, course all to herself at the moment, and actually there is a slight gap at the top of the running order after Karin, so we won't expect anybody out on course until Aoife Clark at 9:38, so we should get Karin almost home. At the sunken road, some clever footwork from the horse out over the triple bar, and you could almost see Karin just check back over her shoulder to make sure that the frangible device hadn't been activated. It hadn't. He tried so hard to get inside the flags there, didn't he? And it makes such a difference. These horses that know their job inside out, they really want to get the job done. Our overnight leader, Laura Collett and a capo on a score of 23.7. Away from the sunken road, Karin has the gate table. Then the vegetable garden at 14 and 15 A and B. Some of the wonderful fence judges. Takes around 1,000 volunteers, I think Boekelo have said they used to be able to put on an event such as this. As here comes the vegetable garden. Karin Donckers, our pathfinder, out on course for Belgium. And pops through there very nicely. So actually, the first of those corners is 14. The second is 15AB, because there is an alternative which has 2 jumping efforts. But Karin makes the straight route look very straightforward. 9 minutes and 5 seconds, remember the optimum time. This horse wouldn't always be the quickest cross-country, but he certainly is very rideable. And I think will give us a good idea as to how the course will ride. We've got a couple of early horses in the field, actually. Aoife Clark, Sportsfield Freelance out next. They would be one of the quicker horses. And certainly, as we look down the order, we'd be expecting plenty of movement across the leaderboard. Fletcher van der Verenhof. Karin just working quite hard through that combination. But how wonderful does this horse look? 19 years of age, still absolutely loving his job. And it's a real privilege to be able to watch him head out on course. And you can see in some places the ground is actually holding up really, really well. They're doing a very, very good job with it. So we'll wait to see them come to the fishing pond in just a moment's time. A hugely comprehensive team of officials, of medics, of vets, everything that you might need. Now, this is a slightly new look to the fishing pond because this big log in, actually they land on dry land this year. They've still got plenty to jump in front of them. This final element is a really skinny angle. Look at that, Fletcher van der Verenhof making it all look very straightforward. So at 6 minutes and 40, he's got just over 2 minutes to get home. .640 coming away from the fishing pond at fence 20. And this is a real feature fence at Boekelo. But there's a sneaky second little brush on the exit from the bank. There's Aoife Clark, first of the Irish team. Sportsfield Freelance preparing to get their round underway. The Irish team actually a hugely experienced quartet of riders here. Aoife and Sportsfield Freelance were the alternate pair for Ireland in Paris. Stag Albert there, chef to keep for the Irish team, just standing to the right of the start box, having a last minute word with Aoife. And her job as Pathfinder will be to go out, get a good job done, get a good score on the board, but also, of course, feed back really valuable information to the rest of the team as well. So there's no overnight withdrawals to keep you up to date with. Just the amendments to the cross-country. Fences 4, 5 and 6 have all been omitted. They remain numbered. So if you wonder why they're jumping fence 3, then going straight to fence 7, that would be why. As here's Karin Donckers in the main arena. And this, a real accuracy question to finish. They are separately numbered, but on the forward 2 strides. But it's quite a twisty part of the course. It wastes a good bit of time. And you can see she's only got some 10 seconds or so to get home. She's not going to do it. The Aoife Clark and Sportsfield Freelance combination, who went brilliantly at Samur a little bit earlier on this year. We see Karin Donckers heading towards home. Fletcher van der Verenhof. And just the last to go. He's going to be a few seconds over the time. Some 11 seconds in total. But Karin Donckers gets a good score on the board for Team Belgium. And that will be 4.4 time penalties, so they go on to a score of 34.4. That drops them down the leaderboard, but actually I think will be a pretty competitive score. Fletcher van der Verenhof making it look very easy, but make no mistake, this horse is probably the most experienced horse in the field. So he's got all of the experience to be able to make it look straightforward. And Karin Donckers is home safely for Team Belgium. It is the traditional team format of the best 3 from 4 scores to count. As Aoife Clark, Sportsfield Freelance. Ears pricked Penny, as she's known at home. She's hit a diminutive little pocket rocket. Loves her cross country.
Sponsored by Gallagher at 10.
Bij carver factors bedongen. De corner gedaan van Gallagher in de nummer 10 aan de door de bal van Aviva.
And I have to say, again, huge credit to the team for keeping the show on the road, but also a big shout out to those fence judges, because we've only had 1 horse round, really. Second is on course, and they're already doing a huge amount of work to the ground to keep it in tip-top shape throughout the competition as well. So Aoife Clark, the first of the Irish team members. Aoife on a score of 31.2. She is a counting score for Team Ireland. Clever little footwork, this mare coming up out of the sunken road. Ireland in 6th place overnight, 95.8. To watch them through here again. She's so clever, looking where her feet are going, but locks on to that final element. And Aoife can trust her to jump between the flags because she's already looking at the exit route as to where she needs to go next. Aoife spent much of last season on the sidelines, and actually Laura Collett picked up the reins on Sportsfield Freelance and brought her here to Boekelo last October. Wonderful to see so many crowds already here in Boekelo. It's always a firm feature on the calendar. And let me tell you, as the day progresses, they will become gradually more and more enthusiastic. It's an unbelievable feel, the Boekelo cross country.
Yes, if you're watching with us on the screens here at the Roberts, coming this way of getting through here, just jumping the 2. Sportsfield looking at the corner. That second corner.
Pops through there very nicely, takes the flag, but didn't look in any doubt. 4 minutes and 30 away from there. So Aoife again calls pretty much to herself, because there's an 8-minute gap between the next combination, and then they go at 4-minute intervals. It's It's a fairly direct line between those two corners, but they're big corners, and she saw an absolute flyer to the second of them. So Sportsfield Freelance, Aoife Clark for Ireland. The big parallels. Curving left-handed line. Just makes the mare sit back and listen to her. Then that corner. And makes light work of it. So 9 minutes and 5 seconds, remember, is that optimum time. Karin Donckers came home 11 seconds over the clock. And I would say that actually, from what we've seen, that the time would be achievable. Certainly the ground at the early part of the day looks to be holding up very well. Admittedly, you know, we are very early on, but when you look at the ground around the cross-country track, actually it looks pretty darn good because there is a huge amount of mud. So back to the fishing ponds. And this was one of the most influential fences last year. But they do, as I said earlier, land on the dry land this time. But it's a real accuracy question. Just popped in a cheeky little trot step there. And it's so useful for your horses actually to have that training at home to be able to just drop back into trot should they need it. But Aoife Clark and Sportsfield Freelance having a really good spin cross-country at the moment. I would say that we are actually watching, though, some of the more experienced riders coming first. I would imagine that later it would certainly perhaps be a little bit more influential, just given the experience of both horse and rider combinations. Of those brushes on the curving left-handed line pops through there very nicely. Would have about 2 minutes to get home, I think, from this point. It's of course still got quite a bit to jump. And you get a real feel for what it's like actually to tackle the cross-country. And again, you get a glimpse at just how wet it has been. So this is the Dura Splash. And what a cool angle. She did not waste a second there. Aoife Clark is flying with Sportsfield Freelance. She's got just over a minute to get home. The 8-minute marker would be just before the main arena. So she's possibly a few seconds down on the clock. So, taking the most economical of lines, Aoife Clark is a little bit quicker than Karin Donckers. She's still got a few jumping efforts left. Can she achieve 9 minutes and 5 seconds? She's got the market barrow and the final fence at 28 and 29 as away from the start. The first of the US team riders, this is Mary Bess Davis and Imperio Magic on a score of 35.8 in 65th place individually. Look at that. Aoife Clark thrilled to bits with Sportsfield Freelance, who looks pretty pleased with herself as well. Ears pricked, she knows she's done a good job. We're just keeping an eye out on the clock to, I think I just hear John Kyle on site saying 0.4 of a time penalty, so 1 second over the time. And that will see them just add 0.4 of a penalty. We'll go on to 31.6. That'll be the score to beat. Of course, still a long way to go, but it is a great score in the bank for Ireland. Feels a very lovely civilised start to the morning. Such an enthusiastic crowd in Boekelo. Bess Davis and Imperio Magic combination that have won at the 4-star level before. 35.8. He's certainly giving them plenty of airtime. And now competitors starting to go at the 4-minute intervals, so they will go a little bit quicker. Beg your pardon, Imperio Magic hasn't won at the 4-star level previously, has been very well placed at the 4-star level, including top 10 at Tryon in the 4-star long there a little bit earlier on this year, and in Terra Nova at the end of last season as well. Ooh. Clever footwork down through the sunken road for Imperio Magic. Bess Davis, first of the US combinations, and actually the United States of America 94.9. This is a counting score for the USA as well, so certainly one to look out for. Belgium with the first of their riders home, adding 4.4 time penalties. That just drops them a couple of places on the leaderboard, but of course still a way to go. It actually moves them behind Ireland, who also have one score home as well. So that's an interesting one in terms of a competition dynamic at this stage. Well, here comes Emily King for Great Britain with a Jackpot, owned by Stuart and Vicky Earlham, on a score of 30.6, inside the top 25 overnight in 24th place. And this is a horse that they have always been very, very excited about as he's progressed up the levels. Was planning to go to Blenheim for the 4-star long format there, but unfortunately had a little bit of a virus, wasn't quite feeling 100%. They've rerouted him here to Boekelo.
3 times the winner together with Emily for this horse. Emily, who rode at the Nations Cup at Aachen this summer.
Imperio Magic, bags of scope.
Very top 5-star horse.
And it'll be interesting to see actually how they look on the clock. 4:33, 34 coming away from there, so I think a couple of seconds slower than Aoife. But certainly spending plenty of time in the air. Emily King over fence 3. Fences 4, 5 and 6, remember, all removed from the cross country. So she will now go directly to fence 7. As Bess Davis, Imperio Magic. The US team supported by Chef to Keep Bobby Costello. Gets a lovely shot through all 3 elements there. That's the Oxers and corner 17, AB and 18. The corner separately numbered, but on very much a related distance and a direct line. Just Adrian Ditcham giving riders the opportunity to turn a circle should they so wish. So Emily King, Jackpot. Coming to the first of the second of the waters, I should say, would be Bess Davis. Pops through there very nicely. All clear so far. My goodness me. I think that just goes to show exactly how wet it has been. Emily and Jackpot coming to, I think, the sunken road. And lovely footwork there through all elements. This horse stepping up to the 4-star long level for the first time, but jumped through there like a really experienced horse. So going the left-handed direct route. Bess Davis, Imperio Magic. And you can see just how much she trusts this horse, because actually was able to keep the contact pretty long, was able to let the horse have his head, use his neck, but trusted that he would go between the flags. So now we welcome the first of our French combinations out on course. This is the individual silver medalist from the Rio Olympic Games, Astier Nicolas. He comes forward with Alert Amalib Or in 8th place individually overnight. 28.4 is their score. So this is going to be a really interesting one, not only for the individual leaderboard, but also for the French team. France currently in a podium position in 3rd, 87.8. This is a counting score for them.
Van de finishlijn. Emily King nu. Op nummer 14.
Makes light work of that. Quick change of hand for the whip. As Imperio Magic comes to the final fence. And the USA have their first rider home safe and sound. We'll confirm a time for Bess Davis in just a moment. But there we go, John Carl ahead of the game. He gets his internet's obviously stronger than mine. 6.8 time penalties, round in 9:22. So that is going to give them some more time penalties to add and a 42.6 total score. So it is a clear cross-country round for the US team, but time penalties will just drop them down a little bit on the leaderboard. They'll actually use that as a drop score at the moment. Jackpot worked hard to get over that corner in the flags there. It's lovely to see Emily with another really smart young horse coming up the levels, because Valmy Biatz, who's headed her string for the last couple of seasons at the 5-star level, but actually getting others up to that level, sometimes you have to make some tough business decisions along the way and sell them. And she's done a really good job here. Let's watch them through here again. Oh, because slipped in between the parallel and the corner and did a really good job. The horse locked on to the corner, was very, very honest. Just would wonder whether they might have lost a shoe or not. But certainly not deterring them at all through there. Here's Astier Nicolas at the sunken road. Alert Amalib Or, winner of Samur a couple of years ago, was well placed there this year as well. The Le Lion d'Angers young horse world champion for 7-year-olds back in 2016. Onderweg met zijn Anglo-Arabier en is foutloos tot en met nummer 12. Next away from the start, it will be the first of our Swedish riders, Pontus Hugosson and Zinfire, on a score of 40.1, which left them in 91st place overnight. The drop score at the moment for Team Sweden, who actually sit in 6th on the team leaderboard. So Pontus Hugosson away on course, joining Emily King and Jackpot. Just runs past the left-hand side of the first of those skinny brushes. And that is a huge blow for Emily King and Jackpot. She's going to make her way back and will represent. This is where you've really got to know your plan A, B, C and D. Does a good job to get him go clear at the second time of asking. And we'll take another look at that. He just didn't quite concentrate coming up over the brush at the top of the hill and popped his head up in the air. Was just having a bit of a discussion with her. Didn't lock on and just scattered past the left-hand side. So that is 20 penalties for Emily King. It means that Great Britain will now look to count the score of the other 3 riders. Emily, although a score of 30.6 was very competitive, it was a drop score. So they remain unchanged in second place at the moment. But Jackpot, only a 10-year-old, has alert Amalib or Astier Nicolas. Clear of the parallels in the corner. He's a really striking looking horse, alert Amalib. Astier, who would have been pretty heartbroken, I would imagine, to have missed out on a home Olympic Games. Well, Emily King and Jackpot are home safely. They might have picked up 20 penalties today, but I've absolutely no doubt that their day will come, because this horse, stepping up to the level for the first time, certainly looked to be extremely classy. Over 99% of the track, just that one problem. And I'm sure they will have learnt from the experience as well. So now Astier Nicolas, alert Amalib. This is the first water. We haven't seen this yet. But actually, in fact, it's the second water. He's just taken the alternative route, beg your pardon. Decided that was his preferred option. So a total score for Emily King of 68.6. 20 jumping, 18 time penalties. And remember, they were a drop score already for the British team, so their team score remains unchanged. I think the horses have got the best of the going today, it should be said. Pontus is in fire. Oh! And actually, that takes some doing to pop a stop in at the top of a bounce drop down. Just caught the horse by surprise slightly. He's going to come round to the alternative route now. But that is 20 penalties. It was again a drop score for Sweden. But it'll be frustrating for them. They won't be able to rely on that in terms of a clear jumping round. And take another look at it. Just almost stumbled, but actually said no thank you. Going to have a much closer look, and unfortunately 20 penalties for them. Astier Nicolas. Oh, another to just run past the left-hand side, and that is a big blow for France. It is a big blow for Astier Nicolas as well. Exactly the same spot as Emily King, just ran down the bank and glanced off to the left-hand side. So Astier Nicolas will drop out of individual contention. This is where we get to see the alternative route. Emily actually elected to come back and jump the direct route and did so clear. But what does that do for Team France? Well, they will now revert to their fourth team score, Alexis Goury on 31.3. So they will stay in third at the moment, just to give the breathing space a little bit extra to Great Britain.
Let's get closer. Karin Donckers leading the start box, the first for the Dutch team here, as Astier Nicolas comes into the main ring. This horse, Alert Amalib, has been
As away from the start, it is Renske Kruiser and Corella van der Watermolen, 38.7 in 84th place individually. So while it looked all fairly straightforward for the first few combinations on course, as we did well say, they are some of the most experienced combinations to come out first of all. And certainly we've had 3 problems from our last 3 riders. Perhaps having been lulled into a bit of a false sense of security from the first few. Plenty of problems now occurring. So Astier, Nicolas, home, he checks his watch. There'll be time penalties to add as well. And he'll be frustrated with that because he was in contention for a very, very good individual finish as well as the team finish here. So he will pick up 20 jumping and 9.6, 9.2, 11.2 even. We'll get there eventually. Time penalties, 59.6 their total. The team's very quickly on hand to give the horses all the very best possible care at the end of their rounds. Pontus Hugosson is in fire. Pop through 17 and 18.
Die video's is nou even een aantal van gezien hier op de commentaarsfuncties. Daar mooi van Renske Kruiser. Goed onderweg met die 9-jarige Mellipas. Corella van de Watermolen. Bakboos op de corner. De Gallagher.
So Renske Kruiser and Corella van der Watermolen in the early part of her round as Pontus Hugosson's in fire, taking the slightly longer alternative at the final water. And Zinfire just having a bit of a look round, not making Pontus's job all that easy, but gets the corner at the exit, does take the flag. So here is Renske Kruiser, and another to be caught out at the sunken road, but it's the final element now. So the Netherlands, the latest to pick up 20 penalties, and that is going to be, again, a score that was originally their drop score, so doesn't affect their team score at the moment. Best 3 from 4 scores to count. We get another look at that. Over the first element, boldly jumped down off the step and almost just jumped into trouble a little bit because didn't quite get the distance and lock on to that final element and just ducked out the side. Pontus Hugosson is in fire. The direct route at the bank and pops through it very nicely. Through the final water splash, it's a bit of a crossing almost. The Dura splash at 25, A and B. Pontus Hugosson, the time already out of reach. It's more about getting home now, and understand from the live scores that Renske Kruiser is coming to the corners. Oh, jumps herself into a spot of bother, actually, and just goes sailing past the second of those corners. I would imagine, even though it's separately numbered there, that they would be given as a refusal. They did actually have another refusal at fence 12, which they had fence 12, the sunken road, and they had 8B in the water, the Jokes water. So they'd already had a couple of problems, and that ends their day early, unfortunately. Pontus Hugosson very nearly home. As away from the start, it is the first team rider for New Zealand. We'll come to them in a second, just on board with Pontus coming through the finish flags, the mud either side of the finish. The horses really do have the best going of everybody, it should be said. And how fortunate are we that actually the organising team here, the landowners, everybody have very much been committed in order to make the event run, because there will be a huge amount of work that is needed after the event to be able to make sure that the land is returned to as good a condition as possible. There's Renske Cruiser coming home. And that is unfortunately not their day. So, to Tayla Mason and Jupiter for New Zealand. 38.0. This 9-year-old by Eurosport Centavos, owned by Taylor alongside Sonia Mason, Terry Miller and Catherine Corrich. And New Zealand, their first team rider coming out. This is one of the counting scores. That was the problem, the final problem for Renske Cruiser. And unfortunately, their day has ended early, but all in one piece. And I'm sure we'll see them on another occasion very soon. Tayla Mason, Jupiter. They're clear through fence 11. New Zealand have enjoyed success here in the Nations Cup previously. And wherever in the world you're joining us from, whatever time of day or night it is, a very, very warm welcome to you. We have had quite the roller coaster already here in Boekelo. Plenty of action after the first rotation of team riders. We'll give you a real update as to how things have played out. Now we welcome a very competitive combination for Germany. It is Anna Siemer and FRH Butts Avondale on a score of 32.5. They are the drop score for Germany at the moment. 17-year-old, this mare by a heraldic mare, beg your pardon, by Nobra, out of a heraldic mare by Nobra. We'll get there in the end. It's going to be a long day, but we're all going to be in it for the long haul, so we'll enjoy some top-class action. Anna Siemer. Right at the early part of her course. Remember, fences 4, 5 and 6 have all been removed. So you go directly from fence 3 to fence 7. That's because of the ground conditions. Here's Tayla Mason. Jupiter. Worked hard at the first of those corners, but gets a good shot at the second. So nobody has achieved the 9-minute and 5-second optimum time as yet. Aoife Clark, Sportsfield Freelance, the closest, just 1 second over. I would say that it is achievable. So we'll watch this space as the day progresses, but it certainly looks like it is doable. Tayla Mason really making it happen out on the cross country, riding with real grit and determination. Been based in the UK for a little while now. Came over from her home in New Zealand and has enjoyed some really good fun along the way. Has been to Aachen, Po, plus a whole host of other big events. Now that looked like an interesting line, a much more direct line actually. That was clever thinking. because they didn't waste a lot of time, but they actually got their line made on dry land and then were able to just kick on for the exit. So it'll be interesting to see if those watching in the riders' tent might start to rethink coming a little bit later on. FRH puts Avondale, quick footwork for Anna Sima away from the sunken road. And this is another combination that have got 5-star experience, championship experience as well.
Comparable to the very good ride that Hallie Coon had through that sunken road Avondale showing all that experience and just taking that lovely little skin step.
Giovanni Ugolotti, first away for the Italian team, waiting down at the start.
Waiting for his turn down now is Paris Olympian for Italy, Ugolotti, Giovanni and Cloud K on 33 penalties will be on the starter and will conclude the first team rider rotation.
Nicely through the bank combination for Tayla Mason. As here is Giovanni Ugolotti. Cloud K for Italy. Giovanni comes forward with a score of 33.0. As the 2 hunt horses, lovely picture in the bright morning sunshine in Boekelo, just to the east of the Netherlands. Not a million miles away from the border with Germany. And this event really is the flagship event for Dutch eventing, and the Dutch National Championship also running this weekend. We'll keep you up to date with that as the competition progresses as well. So Tayla Mason kicks towards home. How is the clock looking for her? Jupiter responds to her urges because 9 minutes and 5 seconds the optimum time. She's got some 2 jumping efforts remaining. 0.4 of a penalty for every second over the optimum, remember. She's just going to sit up and take a pull for the final fence. Very sensible. And she is safely through the finish flag. So New Zealand get their first team rider home safely. And we'll keep refreshing for the time. And actually, there we go. Just over the time, so 2.8, 40.8 there total. And that is just some 7 seconds over. Anna Sima wasting no time with FRH Butts Avondale. Through the parallels and corner.
Paarden ontspannen onderweg, maar wel energie blijven behouden voor het laatste gedeelte.
So, Anna Sima, we've seen some interesting lines at this water, but she's going the sort of the traditional, in inverted commas, direct route. Pops through there very nicely. And FRH Butts Avondale is absolutely flying, actually. It'd be an interesting one to watch the clock on. Here is Giovanni Ugolotti and Cloud K. Joe, who's represented Italy at a number of major championships, including this summer's Paris Olympic Games. Giovanni rides Cloud K for owner, or co-owner I should say, alongside himself, Catherine Robinson. So husband and wife duo on the ownership card here. Catherine, who herself has competed at the Olympic Games level for Canada. Got a young family as well. Hop through there very well. And Joe, the picture of concentration, gives Cloud K big pats. So here's FRH Butts Avondale, Anna Sima. This bank has caught 1 or 2 out so far. And she's quickly over the first element. Now, she has run past the second element. She was almost just a little bit too quick and couldn't get her line. The horse didn't even see the fence. So what a shame for Anna Sima. They're not a counting score for the German team, but let me tell you, plenty of these teams are carrying penalties from their first rider out on course. If this morning is anything to go by, we are in for a real roller coaster. So I hope you've got the caffeine at the ready. I hope you're with us for the long haul. We've got a full day of action for you on FEI.tv. As now we go to Switzerland. Philip Ryan, we saw just leave the start box there with Amansara, 34.0. Their starting score, that left them down in 48th place. Switzerland, the only team actually of the 11 in the lineup that are fielding just 3 riders, so all 3 of their scores will count. Philip Ryan alongside Robin Godel and Felix Vogg, so an extremely experienced trio for Switzerland. Here's Anna Sima in the main arena, and you can see she's just taken the foot off the gas slightly. So frustrating. I think she'd have probably been pretty much where she needed to be on the clock, and sometimes that's the price you pay. If you're looking at the clock, you might take one less pull than you would otherwise, and unfortunately paid the price of 20 penalties. But again, another of those older horses, 17 years of age now, FRH Butts Avondale, and how much does she love her job? Ears pricked as they come through the finish, and you can see the frustration clear there. The horse looks like would quite happily head out on course again, to be honest. Ears pricked, and I don't think the horse realised that actually the fence was there for the jumping. So she thinks she's jumped to clear round. So, Anna Sima, 59.7. That doesn't affect the German team score, remember. They lead overnight ahead of Great Britain and France. And once we get Switzerland home safely, and we start to look at our next Belgian combination, we will give you an update on the leaderboard as they stand. And actually taking the alternative route, Giovanni Ugolotti and Cloud K. So that will waste seconds for him, but just playing it safe. Everybody working so hard to make sure that the going is as good as it possibly can be. Giovanni Ugolotti, Cloud Cape, pops nicely through that parallel and corner combination. Did take a long route a little bit earlier on, remember, so would be a little bit down on the clock. As Philip Ryan and Amansara on that score of 34.0. Pretty competitive score, it should be said. Still, it is a very, very tightly bunched leaderboard, but 34 at 4-star level is still a good dressage score. And Giovanni Ugolotti going the direct route at the water. That brush on the far right there that he jumped, it is unbelievably narrow. As here is Lara de Liedekerke-Meier with the first of her 3 rides, and the more experienced of her rides, actually, because the Nations Cup team riders are running first. She brings out formidable 62 as the pathfinder of her trio. Oh, Philip Ryan, Amansara running into problems at the sunken road. It catches another out. And Switzerland will have to count those 20 penalties because they're only fielding a team of 3 riders. So, unfortunately, that will really affect Switzerland's chances of the overall team leaderboard. Giovanni Ugolotti at the bank. We've seen a couple of problems here, but he pops through it like it's a schooling exercise.
Giovanni Ugolotti neemt daar ook de korte route.
Philip Ryan.
Goede controle.
Oh, got him very close to the second element there, and the horse some clever footwork. Jump between the flags. And then is safely away. So into the main arena. This will be Giovanni Ugolotti and Cloud K. 9 minutes and 5 seconds, the optimum time. You'd need just over a minute heading into the main arena to be able to get home without penalties. He has taken a longer route though, so one would imagine there might be a few seconds on the clock. Cloud K though, still galloping towards home. And I would say actually the team there quickly on hand to make any necessary repairs to the sunken road. So there is Giovanni Ugolotti, just the last to go. Bright sunshine in Boekelo, which is a very, very welcome sight. Thank goodness it is not raining even more. The forecast for the actual event competition days has been good, and that has been very, very welcome as well. I'll tell you that for certain, because it couldn't have taken much more. It is fair. There we go. 10 minutes and 14, so a minute and some 9 seconds over the time. 60.6 there total, but it is a clear jumping round for Italy. So, Philip Ryan and Amansara carrying those 20 penalties from the sunken road on their way towards the second of the waters. So one rotation of riders almost all home now. Philip Ryan the last of them. Germany, Great Britain and France remain unchanged as the top three. Ireland have moved up to 5th from 6th. The US have moved up a place into 4th as well. Sweden have moved up 1 place, and Belgium have just dropped a couple of places. The one thing I would say though is France, Sweden, the Netherlands, Switzerland and Germany have all had jumping penalties with their first team rider, so they have no change left in the bank, so to speak, in terms of the best 3 from 4 scores to count. Here's Padraig McCarthy next away for Team Ireland. Pomp and Circumstance, the horse that he brings forward, on a score of 32.6 in 38th position overnight. And just getting news there, just seeing it on the live scores as John Kyle mentions it on the on-site commentary. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier has picked up 20 penalties at the first water with formidable 62. We catch up with them at the sunken road and they pop through that very nicely. But unfortunately that will affect the Belgian team score. They were a counting score for Belgium. They'll now look to go to Cyril Gavrilovic and Gatine de Lorbray as a potential score to count for them. But actually that drops Belgium down the order to 9th at the moment.
Early on, of course, you just saw Philip Ryan drop and drop as well with Amansara.
So 3 combinations out on course. Philip Ryan, Amansara very nearly home. They're in the main arena. Just some 4 jumping efforts remaining. Separately numbered as 27 and 28. I think they are. We'll just double check the old numbering for you there. 26, 27, almost. But really on a direct line, you would expect most people will go the direct route. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, formidable 62. Saying good job to the horse as she goes clear through that. And clear of the last, Philip Ryan. Amansara home safely for Switzerland. 20 jumping penalties. There'll be some time penalties as well. And they will be counting as a score for Switzerland because only 3 in the team. So 70.4 for Philip Ryan Amansara.
70.4 for the number 1 for Switzerland. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier meanwhile out on course. First of 3 rides for Lara.
Back to Padraig McCarthy. Padraig, the individual and team silver medalist from the World Championships in Tryon back in 2018. Comes here off the win at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials in the really competitive 8 and 9-year-old class with MGH Zabayoni. But he's got a really nice string of young horses coming through as we go now to Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. Formidable 62. Sees a lovely forward distance through all elements there. As here's Padraig. Pomp and Circumstance. A horse that has finished just outside the top 10 at Bramham International this year. Was 4th at Kronenberg in the 4-star long format at the start of the season. And actually was top 10 at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials in the 8 and 9-year-old class last year. Finished in 6th place there with an excellent double clear round. And actually 6 consecutive clear rounds in the show jumping for this horse. So one to look out for tomorrow. Taking the slightly longer option. We've seen a few different ways of this final water being jumped, or the penultimate water being jumped, I should say. But Lara makes that look very straightforward. She comes forward with her other 2 rides a little bit later on. Here's Cassie Sanger. 36.4 in the first phase. Redfield Fair. Cassie, who actually completed with a clear round here 12 months ago. She's just 20 years of age, but is one of the real up-and-coming stars of US eventing. Has represented the Land Rover US eventing team on a few occasions so far in the Nations Cup programme. Redfield Fire was 4th at Bramham in the under-25 class a little bit earlier on this year. So 3 out on course, 1 for Belgium, 1 for Ireland, and 1 for the United States of America. Mary Bess Davis did pick up some time penalties, so Cassie could well be a counting score now. Lara working hard with Formidable 62 off the bank complex. Padraig McCarthy has a lovely direct line with Pomp and Circumstance at the 2 corners. They're big, imposing fences, those corners, but actually they look to ride really well if you go on and attack them. So Lara de Liedekerke-Meier comes into the main arena. It's already pretty busy. A real atmosphere on Cross Country Day in Boekelo. They'll have some 60,000 spectators enjoying lots of hospitality. Really well done for Lara through that. We didn't actually see her 20 penalties, but she's kept up the accelerator, to be honest. As Padraig McCarthy on his way. And actually Ireland probably had the best result from their first combination, because just 1 second over the time for Aoife Clark. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Formidable 62 home safely through the finish. Quick check of the watch. And I have to say, it's lovely to see the horses finishing so full of running. There we go. 80.2 in total for Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. And that will be a drop score for the Belgian team as things stand at the moment. Here's Cassie Sanger. Redfield fair. The US always try to send a team to Boekelo for this Nations Cup Series finale. Cassie. Plenty of supporters out there on the course as Padraig McCarthy comes to the bank. And you know what? He did not waste a second, did he? As fast as any that we have seen through there. This is going to be a really, really interesting one to watch on the clock. Padraig McCarthy is a fast rider. There is the next rider for Great Britain, Kitty King. Kitty comes forward with Crystal Fontaine. Very well placed after dressage in 7th on the leaderboard on a score of 28.0. So 3 combinations out on course. Padraig McCarthy for Ireland. Cassie Sanger, Redfield fair for the USA. And we're on board with Crystal Fontaine and Kitty King. This horse, long-awaited 4-star long debut, was actually on the podium as a young horse in the 8 and 9-year-old class the year it was held at Burnham Market in COVID year in 2020, I think it was. But has been lightly campaigned at times since, and good to see him back here. Did the guinea pig test actually at Defender Burley a few weeks ago. Kitty, the individual silver medalist, team gold medalist from the European Championships in Harada last year. Lovely shot at 3rd.
Kitty King, one of our top 10 individually, jumped the footbridge at 3, so they'll head directly now to fence 7.
En een mooie cross en ook de laatste hindernis is genomen van Kuipers Logistics. Padraig McCarthy is thuis in de finish, heel acht. Het ziet er allemaal fantastisch uit. Paard is
So Padraig McCarthy, around in 9 minutes, 11 seconds, 6 seconds over the time, has a score of 35. So 2.4 time penalties to add for him, but that was a very, very good round, and actually means that Ireland have got 2 fast clear rounds on the board so far. Good work for Redfield Fair. And Cassie Sanger. Plenty of problems spread all around Adrian Ditcham's cross-country course thus far. Plenty of mud spread all around Adrian Ditcham's cross-country course so far as well. But actually the ground out there on course is holding up brilliantly well. And actually will be filling the riders with a lot of confidence, I'm sure. Didn't get the best angle of that brush coming out of the water, but Cassie Sanger on her way. There's Kitty King, Crystal Fontaine. Next away from the start will be the next of our French riders, Sebastien Cavaillon and Ellipso de Levine. Really clever footwork from Crystal Fontaine through the sunken road. Kitty King, the picture of concentration as she has a quick check of the watch. USA, another team to have a clear round on the board from their first rider, but with time penalties. So that means that Cassie Sanger, who was the drop score after dressage, could well be called upon here. The US have already moved up into 4th on the team standings as Sebastian Cavaillon and Ellipso de Levine will be going under starters' orders in just a moment. And they are away. So, Sebastian Cavaillon, Ellipso de Levine. This will be a counting score for the French team. Because Astier and Nicolas, of course, had that problem a little bit earlier on. He's on a score of 30.0, so inside the top 20. Kitty King. Crystal Fontaine. He's a horse that very much reminds you of her championship ride, Vendredi Beats. Cassie Sanger, Redfield Fair are home safely. We'll keep an eye out for their time because it is a good clear round for the Land Rover US eventing team. And that gives them a second clear. There we go, 4 seconds over, 1.6 time, 38.0. That will be, again, a counting score for the USA. And actually sees them stay in 4th place. In fact, they drop into 5th, just 0.1 behind Ireland after Padraig McCarthy's brilliant round. So it is at the moment Germany, Great Britain, France, Ireland, the US. Don't forget that of those nations, Ireland and the US both have 2 riders home. France, Great Britain and Germany, their first rider all had a problem.
The course here is twisty and turny and a little bit different to a lot of the course.
So you have to slow down sometimes, and you have to keep kicking. But he was amazing all the way through, and a huge congratulations to the team here for pulling this off, because
just listening in the background there to Padraig McCarthy on his thoughts on the ground, and I have to say, echo that they have done an amazing job. Kitty King taking the left-handed route through that water. As here is Sebastian Cavaillon, Ellipso de Levine. At the sunken road. Oh, big drop down. And actually did well to come out over the final element. Almost lost his balance slightly. But the horse was very honest and true to the line. Kitty King, big pats. That was where teammate Emily King had a problem, but Crystal Fontaine is safely through.
Watching Kitty King there in the drop and drop, and as I sometimes say, if that was the only competitor you watched today, you wouldn't think there was a problem with that fence at all. Foot perfect there from Kitty and her world young horse gold medalist Crystal Fontaine.
So away goes Corpa Bay 80, Amanda Starr for Sweden. The next of the Swedish combinations that first for Sweden did have 20 penalties. That was Pontus Hugosson, plus a good selection of time as well. So we're in the second rotation of team riders, the Nations Cup riders coming before the individuals. And another problem for France. Sebastian Cavaillon, that is the second team problem for France. Astier, Nicolas also picking up 20 penalties, which means that France will drop out of a podium position. That is huge news for the country that actually will win the Nations Cup series here, because they are uncatchable at the top of the standings. They would have loved to have finished it in fine style, but that looks a long way off now. Sebastian Cavaillon, Ellipso de Levine, 20 penalties for them. Let's take another look at it. The horse never had any intention, it looked, of jumping that. Was a little bit off, but ducked out to the right-hand side. There's a lot going on at that part of the course. Kitty King and Crystal Fontaine is home. What does the clock look like? Because big round for Great Britain. They needed a clear. They've got one. 6-time penalties by the sounds of things. 34.0. That drops her down the leaderboard slightly. And actually, this could well just open the door for the USA and Ireland in particular. Let's take stock of the team standings in just a moment. Great Britain still have a bit of a buffer. They're on 86.4. Behind Germany on 76.2. Still only with one rider home, and they had jumping problems, Germany. So all to look out for in their next 3 riders. Ireland have moved up into a podium position, just 0.1 ahead of the USA, and Sweden actually have moved up into 5th, just 0.3 off the podium as well. Goodness me, what an exciting morning of cross country here in Boekelo we are enjoying so far. Amanda Starr and Corpubay on a score of 33.3 in 44th position coming forwards. Amanda Starr through the sunken road.
Dames en heren, u ziet het, de concentratie op het gezicht van Sanne de Jong en haar Enjoy. Veel wedstrijden met Enjoy gereden, goede resultaten laten zien. Helaas.
Sebastian Cavaillon through the bank combination nicely. So carrying those 20 penalties, remember. And that's not only knocked them down the leaderboard, but also knocked France down the team leaderboard as well. Our latest starters over the first 3. It is Sanne de Jong and Enjoy, 32.9 for the Netherlands. As Amanda Starr going the direct route at the 2 corners, pops through there very well. Sanne de Jong actually is the leader of the Dutch National Championship with Enjoy. Dutch National Championship is the competition for the highest placed Dutch rider here at Boekelo, their home 4-star. Sebastian Cavaillon and Ellipso de Levine are nearly home. Just the one to go. Did pick up 20 penalties out on course, so that is a big blow for the French team. But he's going to come through the finish. We'll check the clock on him. There'll be 20 jumping, and there'll be, I'm sure, a few time penalties to add as well. Yet to see anybody go inside 9 minutes and 5 seconds thus far. There we go, 69.6. So actually, that means that France will count the score of Astier, Nicolas, Alert, Amalib, or 59.6 for certain. Oh, rather rattling. The safety device on the parallel, they stayed. And you can see just a quick check back over her shoulder. Wasn't sure if she had activated them. Should a safety device be activated, and you can tell that by the fence has changed shape, then that is a compulsory 11 penalties in FEI international competition.
Corner genaamd, hindernis 10. En dan komt ze zo dadelijk voor de eerste grote keuze.
Sebastien Cavaillon in de finish met een tijd van 9:54.
Amanda Starr, a little way off the brush in the water, and actually used the soft brush on top to great effect.
Hindernis 12 probleemloos gereden. Sanne de Jong en Enjoy. Mooie passage daar.
Next away, Holly Swain for New Zealand. They've got one clear round on the board already. And that came courtesy of Tayla Mason and Jupiter. As Amanda Starr, worked hard down the bank. Kept her line. Saw a bit of a long one to the final brush, but the horse was really honest and picked that up well. So Amanda through the final combination in the main arena.
Understand heading towards home then as our latest starter Holly Swain going out with Ballycoskery Regal Diamond for New Zealand, 38.7 their penalty score. Like to cross the finish line and we'll see where they
Let's see how the clock is looking, because Sweden have moved up the leaderboard already, courtesy of some other nations having problems. 36.9, that is going to be a very, very good score. 9 seconds over the time, so 3.6 time penalties. And let's see what that does for the team leaderboard. It will drop them down slightly. They stay 5th, they go on 100.9, but actually it is Germany, Great Britain, Ireland, the USA, Sweden, the top 5 at the moment. So going to the big corners, working hard through there. Sanne de Jong and Enjoy. This her championship ride from the Olympic Games this summer, from the World Championships in Protoni, among others. Again, one of the more experienced horses in the field.
Are going to withdraw. They won't go cross country, and that means that Great Britain score.
Well, just getting news in the background there from a withdrawal for Great Britain. Let's keep you up to date with that. Just heard John Kyle mentioning some news, and it sounded like it was Great Britain. Well, just looking actually at the live scores, we didn't see the problem, but Sanne de Jong Enjoy, 2 refusals coming out of the first water at 8. So that takes them out of contention in terms of the Dutch National Championships for sure. The first of the Dutch riders actually didn't complete as well, so they will have to count this score. Choosing the right-handed option at the final water. There we go, news in. We overheard John Kyle mentioning it on the live tannoy. But Izzy Taylor, SBH Big Wall have withdrawn. They were in an individual top 10 position and they will not be going forward to the cross country, which means that Great Britain will have to count the score of Emily King and Jackpot, which has plummeted them down the leaderboard into 9th. So that's a real shame for Great Britain. And that moves Ireland up into 2nd, the US into 3rd, Germany still leading the way at the moment. And actually, Emma Brasseau will be next out on course for Germany, their 2nd team rider, and all eyes will be on them for a good clear round. They've got an experienced team here, Germany, 3 5-star horses, and Olympic Games top 12 finisher from Paris. But as we've seen, plenty of the big names falling by the wayside thus far. Going very quickly down there, and does manage to keep her line, Sanne de Jong and Enjoy. So if you are just tuning in, then a very warm welcome to Boekelo. It is a bright day for cross country here. The team have worked tirelessly on the ground over the last few days and weeks. And actually, in terms of the going for the horses, it is holding up extremely well. I would say the going for the spectators, perhaps not holding up so well, but that's okay. The horses, the most important. Sanne de Jong, Enjoy. You can see already over the time, 0.4 of a penalty for every second over that time. Clicks up pretty quickly. Had those early problems down at the first water at 8. And as part of making sure that the course was as safe as possible, fences 4, 5 and 6 were all removed. So they go directly from 3 to 7. And the optimum time amended accordingly. So 9 minutes and 5 seconds, the optimum. We've yet to see anybody achieve it. A few people have gone close, but nobody's quite gone inside. So through the finish, Sanne de Jong and Enjoy, not their day. But Sanne, an individual ride a little bit later on as well. Global fairly flashy to come forward as the day progresses. So this is Emma Brasseau, individually in a very, very strong position for Germany. 26.6 left them in 4th place overnight. Dark Desire GS, her ride. And actually that was a top level, so 4 or 5-star personal best for the combination. Emma nicely through the sunken road. So Emma Brusso, Holly Swain, both out on course at the moment. Let's take a look at the live scores. And actually Holly Swain having problems at fence 8, and unfortunately their day ended there. So we won't see them take any further part in the competition, and that's a big blow for New Zealand. They still have Tim and Janelle Price to come forward a little bit later on. So that means that Emma Brusso now joined out on course by Paolo Torlonia and Zinni for Italy, 37.7. The overall team leaderboard has had a real shake-up so far this morning. Turned rather on its head, some might say. We'll give you a real update on that after Felix Vogg for Switzerland has been, because that will take us through the second team rider for each of the nations. And that's when things start to get really interesting, because there's plenty carrying penalties at the moment. 3 clear rounds in the cross-country will prove to be very valuable. And at the moment, I think I'm right in saying it is just Ireland and the USA and Sweden who have 2 clear rounds so far. Not Sweden, just Ireland and the USA. Italy, of course, still could go in that boat. They've got one of their riders out on course. But their first rider, Giovanni Ugolotti, did pick up considerable time penalties, so they have to take those into account at the moment as well. Emma Brusso and Dark Desire GS, individually in 4th place for Germany. Combination have competed up to the 5-star level, just outside the top 20 at Le Moulin last year. Horse that has given us so much fun and experience at the junior young rider level. So this is Paolo Torlonia on that score of 37.7. As Emma Brusso back to the main water, taking the left-handed option. This is the straight route, so to speak, but we've seen a real mix from our competitors so far. Pops through there very well. Does take the flag, but didn't look too concerned by that. Paolo Torlonia and Zinni, meanwhile, clear through 9 and 10. So we'll come to the sunken road now. Takes the time to set up. Oh, and just stumbles down the step, unfortunately. And good to see them both very quickly back up on their feet. Paolo, excellent horsemanship. Gives the horse a pat, reassures the horse it wasn't actually really the horse's fault. It was just one of those things. We'll take another look at it. He'd really set up and just didn't quite get her feet back down again for the drop. Just stumbled and unfortunately paid the price. So they will be checked out by the medics and the vets. Paolo showing just what a great horseman he is, actually, because very, very quickly up on his feet, immediately checking the horse, and will be checked out by the vets as well. But hopefully none the worse for wear after that tumble. But it does mean that Italy down to 3 riders. Now we turn our attentions to Switzerland, the 5-star winning combination of Felix Vogg and Calero. They go away from the start. It's a pretty intense start of the course, actually. You get quite a lot of crowds. There's quite narrow galloping lanes, quite a lot going on, and for them to take into account. So into the main arena. Emma Brasseau and Dark Desire GS, they are clear jumping. They're not going to make it home in 9 minutes and 5 seconds. So they are going to incur time penalties. 0.4 of a penalty for every second over that time. And you can see how quickly they start to tally up. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. Germany have got a bit of a buffer ahead of Ireland, so they can afford a few time penalties. It's important that she gets home safely, just the last to go. But is going to pick up some 10 or so time in total. We'll wait for that to be officially confirmed. We'll drop her down the individual leaderboard. Dark Desire GS and Emma Brasseau for Germany. There we go. Round in 9:27, 35.4. That sees them drop to 5th individually. Germany will stay out in front, and it just closes the gap to Ireland slightly. At 85.0 Germany, Ireland at 97.0, United States of America 97.1, and then Sweden 100.0. So they're the 4. Paolo Torlonia after that tumble with Zinni, the mare just being walked round. She'll be checked out, taken back to the stables to give any attention that she needs, but good to see her looking bright enough, and Paolo very quickly back up on his feet as well. But we've had plenty of thrills and spills. We've had plenty of drama here in Boekelo so far, and I have to say, problems all around the course. Adrian Ditcham, the course designer, has certainly set a real challenge. And the cross-country time, nobody has yet achieved 9 minutes and 5 seconds. And I would say a few have gone close, and I think it is achievable. But actually a real credit to him, because he's had to change quite a lot of the course. And actually so far seems to have judged it quite well. So just Felix Vogg out on course at the moment. Soon to be joined by Cyril Gavrilovic for Belgium. Gatine de Lorbray would be a counting score for Belgium if they can produce a clear round. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier did pick up 20 penalties. So only 2 teams, actually, Ireland and the USA, have had 2 clears from their first 2 riders. It is all to play for the rest of the competition, that is for certain. So, Cyril Gavrilovic next to get underway. The leader in the clubhouse, actually, is Sportsfield Freelance. Aoife Clark, the fastest of the day. She was just 1 second over, 31.6. She is the one to beat. Still plenty of people could go ahead of her. But for now, that is the target. And now we go to Cyril Gavrilovic. For Belgium. Belgium have had 2 riders so far, 1 clear. Karin Donckers was our pathfinder, 120 penalties, so this is a counting score. And at the moment they sit in 5th. Felix Vogg and Calero. Combination that have won at the 5-star level. He's a very, very experienced horse. Was Felix's ride at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Felix also finished very well for a top 10 placing at Paris this summer as well. Deo de Lausian, his ride on that occasion. Switzerland, only the 3 riders actually in their team this weekend, so they do have to count the 20 penalties of Philipp and Anamsara, who came forward a little bit earlier on. So there will be a short break after Cyril Gavrilovic. So Austin O'Connor not due out of the start box until 11:22 local time, so we'll get these two combinations home safely, and then there will be a few minutes break on the scheduled running order. It's a jam-packed day full of action, and actually we've had plenty of thrills and spills, as I say, already today. The big news from Great Britain is that actually Izzy Taylor and SPH Bigwall not coming forward to the cross-country, which takes the team right down the leaderboard. They were second after dressage. There's been plenty of movement. France also dropping down the order with problems from their first two riders. Ireland was sixth after dressage and actually have had two of the fastest rounds of the day so far. They now sit in second, and the United States of America also, with two good cross-country rounds, have moved up into third. Germany still lead, and they have Julia Krajewski and Malin Hansen-Hotopp left to go. Felix Vogg, Calero running past the angled brush on the exit of the water, and that is going to be 20 penalties for them. That is so frustrating. It's an unbelievably tight angle. We don't necessarily appreciate it from this camera angle. He gets it at the second time of asking, but that will take them down the order. Pops neatly over the brush in the island, and then just looks like they ducked out to the right-hand side. So 20 penalties to add for them as Cyril Gavrilovic. Karin Donckers at the sunken road. Cyril gives this horse big pats. Actually, a little bit further on down the order after dressage, but as we've seen, it is absolutely not going to be a dressage competition. Scored 40.0, this 8-year-old by Canturo. Not overly experienced. Was bred and owned by Laurent Gatineau. So Felix Vogg and Calero just heading towards home. You can see actually the really wet parts of the track as they go to the Dura Splash, just having to run through the water there. And both of those on frangible devices, they really deserve respecting. It would be frustrating to have an 11 penalties for activating the device there. Cyril Gavrilovic really nicely through there. And actually Karin Donckers, only an 8-year-old, looking really game so far. Just two fences left to go for Felix Vogg and Calero, carrying those 20 penalties from the second water, unfortunately. So out of contention, and that will drop Switzerland down the leaderboard as well. But plenty of action here in Boekelo, and it certainly promises to be a really thrilling conclusion to the Nations Cup Series finale tomorrow. Of course, all of the individual riders coming forward a little bit later on in the running order. I think the first of the individual riders heads out on course at around 12:54 local time. That will be Harrison Colling. So Felix Vogg, 62.2. They are home safely with Calero. And in terms of Switzerland's score, remember they only had the three team members. And so they currently sit on 165.2. Cyril Gavrilovic. Karin Donckers. He was quite tactical in the dressage yesterday with this mare in terms of the flying changes, and actually felt, I think, for where she was in her training, he didn't want to unsettle her. Very much producing her with an eye on the future. And looking to take the right-handed option here. And we've seen a few different options. We've seen the New Zealand pathfinder, actually, Tayla Mason, make a very sneaky little slip through down over the bank, which actually gave her a really nice direct line to the second element. It'll be interesting to see what Tim and Janelle Price might do there later on, whether it's a Kiwi thing or whether it was a Taylor thing.
Through the open oxes, but actually got the horse really going for him through the Boss Viva.
So many people out enjoying all of the competition so far. Boekelo, well renowned for being one of the most popular and social events in the calendar. And Cross Country Day is always a hive of activity. They get around 60,000 spectators, a very enthusiastic crowd. They grow ever more enthusiastic as the day progresses as well. Cyril Gavrilovic really nicely through the bank combination. He's about 30 seconds down on the clock. Need to be jumping the final one of those triple brushes at the 7-minute marker, so he will be getting some time penalties, but only an 8-year-old. And actually, this horse has given him a super spin cross country. Nine minutes and 5 seconds, that all-important optimum time. Still got to come through the Dara Splash. But she's a really game mare, isn't she? And it's wonderful to be able to enjoy this drone footage, which gives you a real idea as to the perspective of horses and riders. And Cyril, of course, all to himself at the moment because there is a short scheduled break. One would imagine penciled in for comfort breaks for the fence judges because it's a long old day otherwise. Just gives everybody a little bit of breathing space. So Austin O'Connor due to leave the start box at 11:22 local time, so around 8 minutes time. Nicely through the combination. Separately numbered 26 and 27, but very much on a related distance, and would expect most people to take the direct line through that. So 2 to go for Cyril Gavrilovic. Time penalties clocking up, but it's been a good round from this young horse, and it will be a counting score for Belgium as well. They're safely through the finish, and we'll get a time for them and can confirm what it does to Belgium in terms of the team score as well. I think it'll drop them below New Zealand, but he looks absolutely thrilled with that, and so he should, because big step up in level here for the young horse and has done very, very well. So Belgium now go on to 117.7, do drop down to 6th, just behind New Zealand. They still have Jackass PK, Jasper Peeters left to go because, of course, they're the first rotation for the third team riders, the first of those third team riders. Right, so a short break now, and we will be back in a little over 5 minutes' time for Austin O'Connor and Izaza to head out of the start box. Time to go and grab a cup of tea, have a quick breath of fresh air, and we'll be back very shortly. This is how the leaderboard looks at the moment. Sportsfield, Freelance and Pomp and Circumstance, the 2 fastest rounds of the day for Ireland, really hauling Ireland up the Nations Cup leaderboard as well.
With it takes two and serve.
Welcome back to Boekelo. As next away from the start is team rider number 3 for Ireland, Austin O'Connor and Izaza. Austin, who comes forward with a good score in the first phase of 33.4. That was actually the drop score for the Irish team. But it could actually be a counting score for them now. Still yet to see anybody go clear inside the time over Adrian Ditcham's cross-country track. But Ireland are the only team alongside the United States of America. So two teams that have had 2 from 2 clear rounds from their first two team riders, which is a huge performance for them. And it's pulled them straight up the leaderboard into second. Germany still leading the way. But it's all to play for as we head into the next session of cross-country, which we'll see is taken all the way through to the end of the team riders before we turn our attentions to the individuals a little bit later on.
Enskede, talking a little bit about rookies. Austin, far from a rookie, been here to Boekelo plenty of times, but we will keep an eye on that.
Austin, who last year ended a 58-year wait for an Irish 5-star winner when he took the Mars Maryland 5-star at Fairhill. Got some really nice horses at the 4-star level now. But just looking at the live scores, we didn't see it. However, the final element of the first water at 8C has caught another scalp. Austin O'Connor and Izaza, 20 penalties there for them. They've put that behind them. But it is a frustrating one for them. Ireland do have 2 clear rounds on the board already. So it will just drop them 1 place on the leaderboard behind the United States of America. They will then go to count Padraig McCarthy's score. They still have Susie Berry and Clever Trick left to go. And of course the USA still have 2 of their team riders to go as well. Owned by Leslie Rose. Izaza. An 11-year-old mare. As next away, it is for the United States of America. Hallie Coon and Cute Girl. Hallie comes forward with a good first phase score of 30.4. That sees her in 23rd place overnight. But actually, given the drama already this morning. Could see her really climb the leaderboard as well. Cute girl actually completed here 12 months ago. Had 20 penalties quite late on in the cross-country course, which unfortunately took them out of contention for a top placing. But I have no doubt they will have learned a lot and come back stronger 12 months on. In terms of the US team, they currently sit on a score of 97.1. This is one of the counting scores for them, but they do have another clear round that they can count upon if required. And of course, Philip Dutton still to come for them as their anchor rider at number 4.
He was top 10 this year in the individual classification of Arville. And of course, we're going to see Austin O'Connor here and Isaza take the alternative route.
Another to choose the right-handed option at the 2 big corners. Austin O'Connor and Isaza. And actually, if you take the direct route, the first of the corners is actually number 17. And the second of them is number 18, so 17 AB and 18. I'll try that again. Fence 14 and 15 AB, which means that when they do take the longer route, they actually take the 3 jumping efforts rather than the 2. Here's Hallie Coon and Cute Girl, who actually were part of the US effort in the SAP Cup in Aachen this summer. She set out like she means business as well. Austin O'Connor and Isaza carrying those 20 penalties from a little bit earlier on in their round. They've put them behind them. Now at 17 and 18, the 2 parallels to the corner. So Hallie Coon nicely through all 3 elements of the sunken road, athletically done through there. Cute Girl, a horse that actually is a former 7-year-old young horse world champion with Kevin McNabb on board. Hallie's had the ride for a couple of years now though, and has built a really nice partnership with the horse. Austin and Isaza through the second of the 3 waters out on course. As next away from the start, it is team rider number 3 for France, Alexis Goury and Javal. That is because the withdrawal of Izzy Taylor, SBH Big Wall, came through a little bit earlier on this morning, which means that Great Britain have dropped down the leaderboard. Just the 3 scores for them to count at the moment, including 20 penalties picked up by rider number 1, Emily King. And it was at this very fence, actually, this combination that caught them out. The first of the guinea brushes down the bottom of the bank. Boldly ridden through there. Austin not wasting a second. Ireland in 3rd at the moment in the overall team standings. Hallie Coon. She's such a cool little mare, this horse. Game as you like, and Hallie really pushing for the clock as well. This is going to be a really interesting one to keep an eye on because the US are pushing Germany all the way at the moment. They've had 2 very good clear rounds from Cassie Sanger and from Mary Bess Davis as well. They've still got Philip Dutton to go too. Gentleman in the white cap just by the hut, that is Bobby Costello, chef to keep for the US team. Always nervous moments, I'm sure, when any of your team riders are out on course. Oh, using all of her scope there. She was way off that and gets herself out of trouble actually at the final corner. The mare working very hard in the middle element. So just coming out of the main arena, Austin O'Connor heading towards home. The team, you can see, working really hard to make sure that the going is as good as possible. It's obviously one of the real wet spots out on course. And a huge credit to them all because they've really invested in the infrastructure. They've invested in the groundworks. And Austin comes home safely. There'll be a few time penalties to add as well. 20 jumping at the first water. And there we go, 85.0 in total. Team Ireland still have Susie Berry and Clever Trick to go. They'll be hoping that actually they can discard that score for Austin O'Connor and Clever Trick. Austin O'Connor, beg your pardon, and Izaza, and count the score of Susie Berry and Clever Trick, who sit on 32.0, because that would see them still in a podium position. It is Germany, the USA, Ireland, Sweden, New Zealand at the moment. Hallie Coon, cute girl. Absolutely flying. Looking really game. The fence judge there taking a head-on video of each of the combinations over that angled skinny on the exit. Now we see them at the bank. This has got one or two notable scalps today. Astier, Nicolas and Emily King, to name a couple. But Hallie Coon pops through very nicely. So would be just past the 7-minute mark now. Alexis Goury and Javal next away for France, 31.3 their starting score.
Yes, so far. Javal and Alexis Goury do now lead the start of the
So Hallie Coon heading towards the main arena as just at the early part of the round will be Alexis Goury and Javal getting their round underway with a couple of nice inviting fences to get them started. And you can see actually the ground in places is becoming a little bit cut up now, and they're sort of starting to pick their way through the best of it. Team working tirelessly to be able to keep the going as good as possible. Over the big parallel rails at 3. As Hallie Coon is home safely, she looks absolutely thrilled with that, which bodes well for the clock. Cute girl. And there we go, 30.4, the first to achieve the optimum time, and she does it in some style with 7 seconds to spare. Hallie Coon and Cute Girl will go to the top of the individual leaderboard, and they put a serious score on the board for the Land Rover US eventing team, because the USA currently sitting in second. You can see just how much that means. She's worked unbelievably hard, and it would have been heartbreaking 12 months ago to have picked up those late 20 penalties, but you can't help but feel that actually that went in the bank of learning, and she's come out this year able to really kick on for the clock as well. So Hallie Coon, Cute Girl, 30.4, the one to beat. The first to make the optimum time, and does it very easily, 7 seconds inside. Here is Alexis Goury and Javal on a score of 31.3. It's a 10-year-old by Zaval VDL, owned by Alexis Goury alongside Michelle Mitius and Fanny Hamelin-Boyer. Hallie embracing with her team, celebrating that brilliant clear round inside the time cross country. And actually it's a huge, huge performance for the US team because they still have Philip Dutton left to go. But actually, if you're looking at the scores that they have locked in, they've got 3 clear rounds locked in, which gives them a very, very competitive score. So 42.6 is currently their drop score. At worst, oh, there goes the frangible device. The first we've seen at the Sunken Road, actually, and you can see he looks back over his shoulder. There's no doubt that that has gone. So 11 penalties. Not the day for France at all. Alexis Goury and Javal picking up 11. So I'm just looking at the USA could be at worst on a score of 111.0. That is if something doesn't go to plan with Philip Dutton. Just didn't get high enough there, Javal. And they make a real rattle when they fall.
Ja, en een strafpunt, dames en heren, omdat die balk er afging. Balk met verderheidsspinnen voorzien.
The care for these horses is absolutely second to none. And they won't go back to the stables until the vets at the finish are entirely happy with them. Just took out the rail with the horse's stomach, actually. But 11 penalties under FEI international competition rules means that that will be added to the team score. So, Sweden are having a pretty good day at the office so far. They've had 2 riders out on course so far, one of which has put in a really fast clear round. That was Amanda Starmer and Corpube. They did have penalties for their first team rider, but they've still got 2 very, very good scores to come forward and actually currently sit in 4th on 100.9. So all to look for as Sophia Schorg and Govelant head out on course. Made that distance actually come up almost a little bit too easily. This horse, so much scope. If you are just tuning in, then it has been all change on the leaderboard. We've had a real shake-up. The only position that is unchanged at the moment, I think it is fair to say, is Germany out in front. They still have 2 riders left to go. Julia Krajewski and Malin Hansen-Hotopp will be coming forward a little bit later on. So, a couple of accommodations out on course. Alexis Goury, Javal heading to the end of their round, carrying 11 penalties from activating a safety device. And then you've got Sophia Schorg and Govelant, team rider number 3 for Sweden, who we join now. And this accommodation put in a really lovely first phase performance. They sat in 17th place overnight, 29.8. They would easily be up towards a top 10 position with a fast clear cross country going into tomorrow. By Valent out of a Rosalier mare, owned by Juliette Matthias and Sophia Schorg, and actually a full sibling to both Cooley Rosalind, Oliver Townend's Kentucky 5-star winner, and also Jubilant, Claire Abbott and Philip Dutton's top-level campaigner, so certainly bred for the job. Remember, just the one combination inside the time thus far, and that is actually Hallie Coon and Cute Girl for the United States of America. Really clever footwork. Goverlent. Sophia Schorg has really made her mark at the top level of the sport in Sweden over the last few years. Amelja Marionov-Z, her top level championship campaigner. Alexis Goury on to the main arena in just a few moments. As waiting down at the start, it is Janneke Boonzaaijer. I'm special NOP on a score of 35.2 for the Netherlands. And actually, the Netherlands are out of contention in terms of the team standings here. Their first two riders, one did not complete and one picked up jumping penalties. So perhaps Janneke can actually think a little bit of the Dutch National Championship class, which is taking place this weekend as well. She currently sits in 4th there on that 35.2. Alexis Goury Cheval. Pushing on towards home. France haven't had the most straightforward day at the office so far either, it should be said. They were 3rd after dressage, but all 3 of their riders thus far have had jumping penalties. This has been a quick round though, actually. 9 minutes and 5 seconds the optimum. So he's not quite going to get there, but he's going to be pretty close to it. He'll be ruining those 11 penalties. Be a couple of seconds over, one would imagine. There we go, 1 second over, 42.7, goes into 11th at the moment, Alexis Goury. And in terms of France's score, sees them on 131.7, and they sit in 8th. So our latest starter, Janneke Boonzaaijer. I'm special NOP, clear of the first 3. 4, 5 and 6, remember, removed after the bad weather earlier on in the week. As here is Sophia Schorg. Seeing a really forward distance through the parallels and the corner. Just a quick check back over the shoulder. Janneke Boonzaaijer, who had that brilliant top 10 finish the Olympic Games in Paris this summer with ACSI Champs de Tula, made history for the Netherlands. Sophia Schorg is absolutely flying with Goverlent. Very, very bold. Just needs to keep her line for this final element. Sees the flags and goes. What a cool little horse this is. I have to say I fell somewhat in love with it in the dressage, and I think that love affair is only strengthening as we enjoy their cross-country round as well. A little bit of vocal encouragement and big pats for I'm Special NOP, clear through the sunken road. So athletic through here. Big jump down the step, but actually picked up, jumped really nicely out over the triple bar as well. Did a very good job there. We've seen a few problems at that sunken road. It's certainly been one of the influential fences on the course. The fence judges, another big shout out to them because they're doing their bit in order to keep the ground as good as it possibly can be. There's Janelle Price. And Full Monty de la Sens heading out on course now. Team rider number 3 for New Zealand. 38.3, their first phase score. It is a counting score for New Zealand. This horse didn't give Janelle the easiest of times in the first phase. She rode the most diplomatic test, and actually Full Monty de la Sens came out on her side at the end of it. So I'm sure that will bode well for them in the future as well. But she really did have to show all of her very best diplomatic skills. Pops through there very well. That's been actually, the straight route has jumped very well so far today. And no problems at all there for Janneke Boonzaaijer and I'm Special NOP. So Sophia Schorg, just the one to go with Govelant. This has been a really fast round. One would imagine she's going to be pretty close to the time. 9 minutes and 5 seconds. Only one has done it. But what a cool little horse. And this is going to certainly be one of the ones to watch for the future. Govelant, only a 9-year-old. And a handful of time penalties will go on to a score of 39.0. So that will drop them down the leaderboard slightly. What does it do for Sweden in terms of the team standings? Well, it gets them another clear round on the board. They do just drop behind New Zealand, though. Although New Zealand still have 2 riders left to come home to complete. But Sweden now on 110.1. They just have Frida Andersen, Stonehaven's Baby Blue left to go. Janelle Price. Full Monty de la Sons. Janelle, who's been a part of the New Zealand High Performance Programme for a good number of years, been as high as number 2 in the FEI Eventing World Rankings. Part of the Kiwi team that won a team bronze at the London Olympic Games. I think it's safe to say that Janneke Boonzaaijer is thoroughly enjoying her spin cross country with I'm Special NOP, and the Dutch crowd are enjoying it as well. And actually, the horse jumped beautifully through there, straight as you like on that final element, and it's got quite an acute angle. Really athletic through the sunken road, Janelle Price and Full Monty de la Sons. Janelle very much rebuilding the next generation of her string. Classic Moe and Farrow Dynamo were her sort of 5-star campaigners for such a long and established time. But she's got some really nice young horses coming up through the levels. Janneke Boonzaaijer having a super spin. As there is Julia Krajewski, the Tokyo Olympic champion, with Nickel 21. 24.4 after dressage, in second place on the leaderboard, all to play for both individually and as part of the German team. Julia actually holds the record finishing score here at Boekelo. That was with Samurai Duto when she went on to win in 2018. 22.4. That can't be challenged this year. But still, Julia Krajewski, 24.4 on course, and Germany actually 85.0. They're at 12.1 penalties ahead of the United States of America, who currently sit in second. Ireland in third, hot on the US's heels. As here's Janneke Boonzaaijer. I'm Special NOP. Going to pick up some time penalties, but this has been a really good round cross country, and she looks like she's thoroughly enjoyed it as well. Just the 2 jumping efforts remaining for them. I don't think Janneke's actually ever won the Dutch national title.
En dan doorgalopperen. Dan een tempo er nog even op.
She comes to the final fence, pops it very nicely, and looks absolutely thrilled with that. Home safely, clear jumping. There will just be a handful of time penalties to add. And she waves to the hugely enthusiastic crowd. 43.6 for her, and actually that is going to see her as the one to beat so far in the Dutch national title competition as well.
Even our stewards and volunteers applauding Janneke Boonzaaijer here over the
I think I'm right in saying Janneke has not won the Dutch national title, so that would be a real feather in her cap. Here's Janelle Price, full Monty de la Sens. Very quickly through all three elements at the parallels and corner. Here's Julia Krawski, nickel 21. This horse who was going so brilliantly here 12 months ago, had a fall very late on. Since the Chio Arkan winner was 11th at the Olympic Games in Paris as well. He's a really cool little horse. Okay, going slightly different route to that of Tayla Mason at the water, but choosing that right-handed option, a mile off the corner, but full Monty de la Sens straight as you like through those flags. Nicolas, so clever with his footwork. At the sunken road, Julia, picture of concentration. So, Janelle Price, full Monty de la Sens, just needs to keep her line, and she does so. She just is past the 7-minute marker out on course. Be interesting to see her time. As now we turn our attentions to Pietro Maialino, Ferrandel de Mira. 49.8 their first phase score. Things weren't that straightforward within the whiteboards yesterday, but their focus is very much on the cross-country challenge that awaits them now.
Julia Krajewski bij de technisch moeilijke hindernis die punten. Kijk eens even hoe simpel dat gaat. Mooi in het ritme.
So Germany, remember, out in front 85.0. This would be one of the counting scores for Team Germany. The USA in second, Ireland in third at the moment. Italy down in ninth, 147.3. Their score across the board so far. So Janelle Price, just the two to go. And she's just snuck over the optimum time, but it's going to be a pretty fast round. And full Monty de la Sens looks full of running at the end of their round. Janelle not taking any chances to the last and is home safely. So Janelle Price gets another good clear round on the board for New Zealand. That might just drop them back below Sweden, though. There's a bit of a tussle going on in fourth and fifth here. There we go, 45.1 is that total score, and that does drop them just below Sweden. So Sweden back up into fourth after 3 riders have gone. And we will give you, before Jasper Peeters, the last of the Belgian team riders, heads out on course, we will give you a real update on where we stand in terms of the Nations Cup leaderboard. Julia Krawski, though, and nickel 21. He's still galloping really strongly. He's only a 10-year-old. He's done a lot in the last couple of years in terms of progressed quite rapidly up the levels, but he just keeps answering the questions, and it was brilliant to see that Julia had decided to bring him here to Boekelo, give him another good confidence-building run at the 4-star long level after his exertions in Paris. Well, weather conditions thankfully are dry in Boekelo today. They have endured a good amount of rain, it is fair to say, over the last couple of days and weeks. And that has meant that conditions have been very, very testing. They're very wet around the event site. Oh, Julia Krajewski sits up tight. Can she make it to the final element? Yes, she can. What a piece of riding. My goodness me, how honest was Nicolas as well, because he saw the flags. Let's watch that again. She gets a good shot at the bank. And he's just a little way off it. Doesn't quite understand until last minute that that's the question. But does go between the flags the right way. She immediately sits up, shows him the final element, gives him his head as well, which I think was really important because she let him do the decision and he really wanted to make it happen. Let him use his head and his neck. Slightly hairy moment, but they head on now to the latter part of their round. Didn't waste much time either. So Robin Godel, global DHI. Now for Switzerland, 32.6 in 38th position coming forward. And the team very quickly just rebuilding that flower box brush. Julia into the main arena. Getting news that Pietro Maialino actually having problems down at the first water. That's why we haven't seen them come back onto our camera coverage. And they have retired. So, unfortunately, their day ends. That means Robin Godel and Julia Krajewski, of course, all to themselves at the moment. Julia is very nearly home. Look at the clock. She's going to pick up a couple of time penalties. 9 minutes and 5 seconds is the optimum. She's just got the last to go. And Nickel 21 has looked absolutely phenomenal. They just had that slightly heart-stopping moment, well, very heart-stopping moment, I should say, at the bank, but she is home safely. And Julia Krajewski, Nickel 21 are home. Let's see what that does to the team leaderboard. It will see Germany stay out in front, although their gap diminishes. 89.4 they sit on at the moment with still one to go. The US on 97.1 in second, Ireland 98.6 in third. They're the top three at the moment. That is Philip Dutton, the next and final team rider for the United States of America, just making his final preparations. Laura Collett in the background there as well. But heading into the final rotation of team riders, Robin Godel is out on course for Switzerland, who are a little bit further on down the leaderboard in 9th. So let's just remind ourselves of how we stand in the team standings. Germany 89.4. They still have Malin Hansen-Hotopp to come forward, and they have actually a 20 penalties to add for their first rider, Anna Sima, should they be required to use that score. The US currently sit in second. They're the only team so far that have actually had 3 clear rounds. They're the only one to have gone inside the time as well. Hallie Coon and Cute Girl lead the individual standings at the moment, and actually would have just been overtaken by Julia Krajewski and Nickel 21, who were actually on 28.8. There is a bit of a hold out on course while the bank is just being attended to. So Robin Godel, Global DHI, held at fence 7, and Jasper Peeters held at the start. So that fence will just be repaired and they will be back on their way momentarily. That is the overnight leader, Laura Collett and De Capo. they'll be out on course in a couple of horses' time. But back to the team standings. The US, the only team to have 3 scores with clear cross-country rounds thus far. Ireland, currently sitting in third, 98.6. Very, very close to the US. It's going to be a bit neck and neck between their final 2 riders as to who can be the quickest in the cross-country. Sweden have moved up from 7th to 4th on 110.1. And they still have Frida Andersen left to go. New Zealand, Janelle Price and Tayla Mason putting in good rounds in the cross-country have moved New Zealand up from 10th after dressage to 5th at the moment. Belgium, Great Britain, France, Switzerland, the Netherlands and Italy then rounding out the leaderboard. But it is certainly Germany in the driving seat, but the United States of America, they were 5th after dressage and they've only added a handful of seconds across their 3 riders so far. So looking forward to seeing what Olivia Dutton can produce out on the course very shortly.
Preparation and the after round care for these horses here. All very open here.
So in terms of the individual standings, well, it is Yulia Kravsky, Nickel 21, who actually lead the way at the moment, 28.8. There's still some 7 or so that could go ahead of her on the leaderboard. She's ahead of Hallie Coon and Cute Girl, 30.4. Sportsfield Freelance, Aoife Clark in third, 31.6. But still plenty of riders to go that could be in with a chance, including the overnight leader, Laura Collett and De Capo, who sit on 23.7. Malin Hansen-Hotopp, the last to go for Germany, also ones to watch, 25.2. And I'd actually say Leah Siegel, Van Helsing P, one to keep an eye out because that is a super speedy cross-country machine. And she's well placed on 28.7 at the moment. So just a few minutes break here. And we will be back up and running once this fence has been repaired. It looks like you might have the opportunity to just grab yourselves a quick drink. And we will be underway in just a couple of moments' time.
Zwitserland, daar rijden 3 combinaties. Daar komen de eventuele winpunten vanuit de cross bij en dan morgen met hetzelfde paard het afsluiten.
We hebben gezegd dat ze van deze kant komen. Ik zeg het aan jullie. Kom.
Scores, and sometimes that is making an assumption about the final ride.
Really getting into that 4th rider rotation, Robin.
riders. Those 50-odd will go at 3-minute intervals. That's the plan at the moment, meaning that
Een hele goede startlijst met een prachtig deelnemersstelsel. Gerepareerd en dat moet natuurlijk nog even een bevestiging krijgen. En dan gaan we ons programma vervolgen in het parcours op dit
Of Assistant Technical Delegate just reporting back in about the situation at the drop and drop. Hopefully getting back on the way. dat daar vele vrijwilligers voor zijn die zich hiermee bemoeien. En dan heren, we zijn weer van start gegaan. We zien
So, Global DHI, Robin Godell are back up and running after that short hold on course very early on into their round. That was just for some fence repairs at the skinny at the bottom of the bank. So Jasper Peeters will be let go from the start momentarily. The starter, no doubt, just in conversation with cross-country control, receiving instruction as to when can put a green light back on at the start box. As Robin Godell, Global DHI. Looking really keen at the early part of their rounds. Combination that actually know each other very well. This horse first came to Boekelo a good few years ago, actually, with Brian Morrison on board. He's got a good deal more experience under his belt since then. Robin, who has been a stalwart of the Swiss team in recent years. Grandeur de Lally, his most prolific championship horse. So Robin Godell, Global DHI, course all to themselves, but there is a green light down at the start, so they'll shortly be joined by the first of our final rotation of team riders. Just 10 individuals as part of the teams left to come forwards before we turn our attentions to those outside of the Nations Cup teams later on. That is Firendal de Mira, Pietro Maialino, who unfortunately their day ended early out on the course, just being checked over by the vets before the horse heads back to the stables. Global DHI, Robin Godell through the direct route of the corners, up at 14 and 15. Nice pat down the horse's neck. Robin on a score of 32.6. So that short hold down at the start probably went on for some 10 minutes or so. Oh, just got in quite close to that fence, but Global DHI picked up very well in the end. So Robin Godell, the third team rider for Switzerland. They only had 3 team riders, and unfortunately both of their first 2 competing, Philip Ryan and Felix Vogg, having picked up 20 penalties, so the team's a little bit off the pace. It's more about the individual standings now for Global DHI. Robin doing a super job. The Swiss team have benefited from the experience of Andrew Nicholson over recent years, particularly in the cross-country phase. Andrew, of course, a former winner here at Boekelo, most recently with Kimbo. So here's Jasper Peeters being counted down at the start, and he is underway with Jackass PK, 33.7 in the dressage, left them on a penalty score in 47th position. But of course, all to play for now. There's plenty of movement on the leaderboard, and a fast clear makes all the world of difference. Just one person has gone inside the time. That is Hallie Coon and Cute Girl. Around in 8 minutes and 58 seconds. So comfortably 7 seconds inside the time as well. And thankfully, the weather conditions have been holding up today. The ground couldn't have taken many more inches or millimetres of rain. I think inches is probably more appropriate because it has been so wet. Here's Robin Godell back to the main water. And actually, that log landing on dry land has jumped much better this year than it did last year. This water has caught 1 or 2 out, but it's been largely uninfluential. In contrast to 2 years ago, where it was very, very dramatic. Bumper crowds at Boekelo. I often see some 60,000 or so people. Slight slip on the turn, but actually did a really good job, Robin Godell, in keeping the horse's balance and focus on the final element. So 2 combinations out on course. Robin Godell, Global DHI, Jasper Peeters, Jackass PK. Jasper, the last of the Belgian team riders. Belgium on a score of 117.7 in 6th at the moment. And this is one of their counting scores. You get to get an indication of just how acute that angle is at the final element of the water there from that overhead view. I just missed the end of Yulia Krajewski's interview there, but she was just giving an insight into that slightly hair-raising moment out on the cross-country.
Yeah, I think indeed the testimonial of his motivation to do well and to, after the jump...
As Robin Godell, just the final couple of fences left to go for this duo. It's been a quick round, actually. They've been held out on course very early on. That means there might be a few moments until their time is confirmed. We'll wait and see. Quick check of the watch. Puff of the cheeks, pat of the neck. And he is home safely. So, Robin Godell is into the finish area. 32.6. There we go. Fastest of the day, comfortably inside the time. Goes fourth at the moment. But that is a huge performance. Makes that optimum time look very, very achievable. And gives us clear round number 2 inside. Here's Jasper Peeters, Jackass PK. Through the sunken road. Pops through there very nicely. It's caught plenty out throughout the day, actually. At all of the elements, actually. We've had the frangible device go. We've had stops at the step. And then run-outs at the final element as well. So, Ireland have done an almighty climb up the leaderboard with very good cross-country performances. Another one from this young lady would see them put themselves in a great position heading forward to tomorrow's show jumping. It is Susie Berry and Clever Trick. Ireland currently on 98.6, but very, very close to the US in second on 97.1. Germany 89.4, so not a million miles away for them either. They're about 20 seconds ahead. So a fast clear here for Susie would be very, very valuable. Clever Trick, experienced at the level. 12-year-old by Financial Reward, owned by Susie alongside Anne Marling and Sue Wilkinson.
From 2023, went 5-star this spring at the Kentucky 3-Day in North America, formerly top 10 here.
Did a good job, Jasper, through the corner combination. Just almost twisted over the first element, but kept his line. And Clever Trick actually was top 10 here a couple of years ago. So returns to Boekelo, having had very good form at the venue. Won't be at all deterred by the large crowds of people. The enthusiastic crowds as well, it should be said. Yes, but has no problems there. Just approaching the 6-minute marker. 33.7, his score coming forwards as we go on to Susie Berry. Susie actually has another ride a little bit later on as well. As an individual, Kilcandra Capital, who is the slightly better placed of her 2 rides, competing as an individual. Nice to see the fence judges all enjoying their day out in Boekelo. Doing a great job in keeping the going as good as it possibly can be. Clever footwork from Clever Trick at the sunken road. As Jasper Peeters gets the second water done and dusted. Just has the Jura crossing to come a little bit later on. As here is Philip Dutton and Passant. He will be next away from the start box. And then hot on his heels will be Laura Collis, our overnight leader, with Da Capo. But Philip comes forward with Passant. horse that is 11 years of age now, owned by the Passant Group. Was actually second in a 3-star back in July, but has been just outside the top 10 in the 4-star in Tryon this spring, and actually 4th at Stable View in the 4-star there as part of their preparation for this jump to Super Double Clear. Now, this is a really interesting one because there's a bit of a battle going on between Ireland and the United States of America. The 4th team member for both is out on course. Ireland 98.6 in 3rd, the USA 97.1 in 2nd. Both of them are counting scores. So will depend a little bit who is quicker. Germany at the moment out in front by some 8 penalties or just shy of. And they still have Malin Hansen-Hotopp left to go. But Felix Dutton, a man that has had so much experience. 3-time Olympic team gold medalist. As we go back to Jasper Peeters. And he just has 2 jumping efforts remaining for Belgium. I think likely to get a few time penalties, but how many will determine where they end up on the leaderboard after day 1. After day 3 of the cross country.
Far end of the course, 17-18.
So Jasper just has the last to go. And Jackass PK kicks on through the finish. So what will his final score individually look like? He's given another super clear round for the Belgian team. There we go. At 49.7 his total score, which gives the Belgian team a score of 133.7. They go into 8th on the leaderboard. Kai Stefan Meyer just to the right-hand side of your screen. The chef to keep for the Belgian team. Quick to congratulate him on a super clear round in the cross country. As here's Felix Dutton. Philip, who, as I say, a 3-time Olympic team gold medalist, an individual bronze medalist as well from the Olympic Games in Rio. He's actually been to some 7 Olympic Games, some 7 World Championships or World Equestrian Games as well. He'd been to every World Championships and Olympic Games from 1994 in Den Haag all the way through to include Tokyo 2021. It's an extraordinary career. Here is the overnight leader, Laura Collett and De Capo. A horse who's been here twice before, has been 3rd and 6th. Can she pick up the win here? She's actually already won Boekelo with the Great London 52 horse, of course, who she went on to take the individual bronze medal and team gold in Paris this summer. She is away on course. So we go to Susie Berry now, Clever Trick, who've been absolutely motoring towards home. And they just have 2 fences left to go. 9 minutes and 5 seconds. Remember, that's the optimum time.
They want to gallop constantly out of this ring. A lot of the horses don't like that, going back into the narrow channel. They'll naturally back off. They need to trust their rider to keep the pace up, coming back out into the start-finish area.
And the clock looks very good. So, Susie Berry, that isn't her penalty score, but hopefully it's her clock, because if it is, then she's comfortably inside the time, and that is going to be a big boost for Team Ireland. Susie Berry and Clever Trick giving Ireland their third clear round. I think that would see them finish on their dressage score. It's not 23.7. That's the score of Laura Collett. But it would be 32.0. And they are comfortably inside the time, fastest of the day. So, Susie Berry, Clever Trick, has given Ireland a team total score of 98.6. They will stay in third or better going into the jumping tomorrow. Still have the fourth rider for the two countries ahead of them, the USA and Germany. USA is, of course, on course now. We're looking at him, Philip Dutton, Passant. Daughter Olivia actually heads out on course as an individual a little bit later on. I'm sure Philip will be reporting back as well. As here is De Capo. He loves it here in Boekelo. And they know exactly his preferences now. He's very much in the established stage of his career. Tilly Hughes, who looks after him at home, absolutely adores him. Laura's head girl does a lot of the work with him. Really well done, Philip Dutton and Passant at the second water. Clever footwork, De Capo. He showed his experience there, didn't he? He's a horse that has plenty of mileage at the 4-star level. Owned by a brilliant team of owners, including Diana Chappell, Gillian Morris-Adams, Alison Smedley, Michael Smedley and Carolyn Taylor. Philip Dutton making light work of the bank. So heading to the end of the Nations Cup team riders now. Just a handful of them left to leave the start box. Now we go to Ben Massey for France, Figaro Fonroy. 29.4 in 15th after dressage. And actually the French team haven't quite been able to convert in the cross country, so have fallen down the leaderboard slightly. They were in a podium position after dressage, now sitting in 7th, 131.7 their total score. That's Laura Collett, De Capo. Says good boy, and he gets a big pat. And he's a horse that definitely knows his own mind, De Capo. Philip Dutton. 28.7 his score, and he is going to pick up time penalties. Look at that. He's got 15 seconds to get home. He's not going to do it. That could well open the door for Ireland to move up into second, because Ireland 98.6 and the US 97.1. So Philip actually only some 4 seconds or so in hand to keep the USA above Ireland. So it will mean that Ireland go up into second at least going into the final show jumping phase. But Philip Dutton completes and Passant is home safely. We'll confirm their time for you in just a second. But he will be on a score of 34.7, some 15 seconds over the time. So he goes 8th in the live leaderboard. And in terms of the team scores, it definitely moves Ireland up into second. The US stay third, though, 103.1, ahead of Sweden, 110.1 in fourth. But Ireland stay in second, 98.6. The only country that can finish the day ahead of them is Germany, who still have one rider left to go. Laura Collett's de Capo. Ears pricked. Still eating up the ground as they come in a few moments to the bank. Figaro von Roy and Ben Massey on that very competitive sub-30 dressage score. Really well done. Laura Collett's 23.7 is her starting score. In terms of the overall lead overnight, she's got a little bit of a buffer in order to be guaranteed the top spot. Of 3 seconds, so it's not a lot. Figaro von Roy. The sunken road has no problems there. He looks an absolute picture, de Capo. And Laura pushing towards the main arena. She's on that very competitive score of 23.7. She can be 3 seconds over and guarantee herself the lead going into tomorrow's show jumping. But of course, still others that could slot in if she does pick up more time penalties. 28.8 is the score of the clubhouse leader as things stand at the moment. That is Julia Krajewski. As waiting down at the start, that is Frida Andersen and Stonehaven's Baby Blue. 34.2 their score coming forward in 50 fast position, but we already know just how many places that would have climbed given this morning's action.
Just started Frida Andersen and Stonehaven's Baby Blue for the Swedish team here in the Nations Cup classification. Paris and Rio Olympian, European team medalist as well. Frida Andersen, Stonehaven's Baby Blue on that 34.2.
Figaro von Roy having a really good spin cross country as Laura Collett, de Capo on their way home. 2 jumping efforts remaining. Laura's scrubbing towards the finish. The clock is looking okay. She's possibly not going to make it. It's at 9 minutes and 5 seconds, so she's going to be a few seconds over. She can afford to be a few seconds over. She can't afford to take any risks at the final 2 fences, that is for certain. And de Capo flies the last, is home safely. He's absolutely loved his spin round the cross country. I think he's given her a lot of fun as well. Will be a few seconds over the time. Should be enough to go into the lead as things stand. There we go, 25.3. And actually, that means that the only person who can go ahead of her is Malin Hansen-Hotopp and Carlitos Quidditch for Germany. So Laura Collett will be second at worst going forward to tomorrow's show jumping. And Malin would have to go inside the time. Frida Andersen. Stonehaven's Baby Blue. Flying the pumpkin parallel. Even I got a little bit of a jump with the dog in the background then. I'm sure you guys watching at home did also.
Exactly.
Op dit moment de foutloze crosses. Die is de watercombinatie ook goed gepasseerd. En ook hindernis 10 goed gepasseerd. Tempo gaat behoorlijk omhoog bij deze combinatie. En ook grote mogelijkheden. goed, bij Nederlandse klas dat ze in de top 10 van het klassement komen. Dus dat is een hele stoere plaats. Maar dus hier ook in verband afstand van Alpelos. Met Benny van Verdi, dat van de forma geesten, Gelderse geesten ook staan.
So next to go, Sarah van Leuven, and it takes 2 for the Netherlands. Some standard Boekelo celebrations. As Stonehaven's baby blue, Frida Andersen, making good work up at the corners. Figaro, Von Roy, Ben Massey, actually turning the fortunes of the French team so far, just a couple of seconds over the time. 30.2 is their total score, and that is going to be good enough to put them into third at the moment. And they should be pretty close to guaranteeing themselves a top 10 position overnight, not a million miles away from it at all. Stonehaven's baby blue, clever footwork at the first of those parallels. Oh, got in close to the corner, but made it happen. So, Sarah van Leuven, first 9 fences behind her, but Stonehaven's baby blue, that is a bit of a surprise. The first problem we've seen there all day. And that is a big blow for the Swedish team, because that is going to drop them down the order. I don't know whether she just caught sight of the water, but said no thank you very much. And Sweden, who were in 4th, will now have to count some penalties, because 2 of their combinations have had jumping penalties, and so therefore that will drop them down slightly. It'll move New Zealand potentially up into 4th and Great Britain into 5th. And another to pick up problems at the sunken road. That is Sarah van Leuven, and it takes 2, who have stopped at the step down. Had a jolly good look. Sarah did well to stay on board, actually, and is now going the long route and takes that clear. So some 3 riders left to leave the start box. 2 now, as Tim Price heads out on course in terms of the team riders in the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series finale. This is Tim Price and Global Quest. Tim, who comes forward on a very respectable score of 29.8. Stonehaven's baby blue putting that earlier problem at the water behind them. But that's a frustrating one for the Swedish team. Sarah van Looijen, and it takes 2. Carrying their 20 penalties from the problem at the coffin, but Tim Price, the 2-time winner here in Boekelo, both with Happy Boy and Seka Tinker, has Global Quest here, just his second international run with the horse, owned by Lance and Diana Morrish. Vocal encouragement employed very effectively up at the vegetable garden.
Frida Andersen en Stone Heavens Baby Blue staat op dit moment op 20 standpunten in de cross country. Loopt weer lekker door naar de voorlaatste sprong en is nummer 28 aangeboden door Logisch vanuit Marken.
So Frida Andersen, saw a long one at the penultimate, and Stonehaven's Baby Blue gets a pat down the neck for their efforts. Comes through the finish to complete. And let's see what that does to the Swedish team score. It will drop them down the leaderboard. They now go 6th. New Zealand up to 4th. Great Britain up to 5th. New Zealand have moved up from 10th to 4th with good cross-country performances. And Tim Price, of course, still out on course for them. Sarah van Looijen didn't have the easiest of rides over the first part of the parallel oxes. But actually, it takes 2. Living up to the name and just helping her out through the rest of the combination. Here's Tim Price, Global Quest. Global Quest, who actually competed here 12 months ago with Georgie Campbell on board. Tim, who comes here off the back of that very good second place finish at Defender Burley, and then a win at Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. He will no doubt be racking up the FEI Eventing World ranking points. He's also got Falco going to Maryland 5-star next week. He's formerly been FEI World #1. Could well be in the not too distant future as well. It's been really 50-50, the choice of options at that water, actually. Plenty choosing the left-handed route, but plenty the right-handed route as well. And Sarah van Looijen is safely on her way. She is carrying those 20 penalties from a problem earlier on at the Sunken Road. But otherwise it's clear. Tim Price is also clear through to 12. Just another to run past the left-hand side of the skinny brush down at the bottom of the bank. As next away from the start. This is the combination that can actually be the overnight leaders if they are clear and inside the time. The former Blenheim winners, they were 4th at Defender Kentucky earlier on this year at the 5-star out in America. It is Malin Hansen-Hotopp and Carlitos Quidditch K. Tim Price, Global Quest. Straight as you like through the vegetable garden. So just the last couple of riders out on course in terms of the team classification. Then we'll be able to give you an update as to how the teams look going forward to the show jumping tomorrow. And we will turn our attentions to the 53 or so riders coming forward as individuals. We have to go on board with this is Sarah van Leuven going to the main arena. She actually has the 2 refusals out on course. Looking for a completion here. Dutch crowd so enthusiastic, particularly of their home riders. Pops through there very nicely. So Sarah van Leuven, just the 2 to go. It's been a good solid round from these 2. I think they'll be pretty pleased to see the finish flags. A couple of problems along the way, but they've kept on galloping, kept on jumping. And they just have the final fence, which they have cleared and are through the finish. Big pats for It Takes Two. And they will be through the finish and into the collecting ring. That's a total score of 111.2. Go 34th at the moment. So in terms of how things are shaping up, we've got Tim Price out on course, Malin Hansen-Hotopp out on course, 2 very influential riders in terms of both the team standings and the individual standings. Tim and Global Quest having a super spin, taking the left-handed route out of the water. They're clear to this point on a very competitive 29.8 in the first phase. As Malin Hansen-Hotopp, Carlitos Quidditch-K gets big pats away from the sunken road. Combination won Blenheim a couple of years ago. Led from the front. 4th at Defender Kentucky earlier on this spring. Dutch chef to keep, Andy Heffernan, just on the left-hand side there, helping to untack It Takes Two for Sarah van Leuven. As here is Malin Hansen-Hotopp. Now, don't forget, if she is clear and inside the time, she goes ahead of Laura Collett and a capo and will be the overnight leader. 25.2 is her score, Laura on 25.3. Danny Bizzaro and Stormhill Riot are our latest starters, the last to go for Team Italy. Carlitos Quidditch-K still jumping. Let's take a look at this again. Whoa, miles off. And Carlitos Quidditch-K, she kept her contact, showed him the flags, and he jumped the second of them, but was way off the first of those corners. And just actually got in a little bit too tight to that table. So things not quite as smooth as Malin would perhaps like, but they are still clear. Tim Price, meanwhile, has 4 fences left to go. Danny Bizzaro clear of the first 3. Fences 4, 5 and 6, remember, all removed due to the weather conditions. Tim Price in Global Quest heading towards home. He's just got the final fences left. In fact, he's through the finish with 2 seconds over the time, 30.6. That is a brilliant performance from the Kiwi rider. And he will go into a very competitive position going forward to tomorrow. He is 5th place at the moment. Most likely will be top 10 overnight. But actually, in terms of Team New Zealand, it gives them a very strong position. They solidify 4th place, just behind the US and ahead of Great Britain. So, Germany, they lead at the moment. It all comes down to this lady. Malin Hansen-Hotopp, Carlitos Quidditch-K, combination that have had really good experience at this level. They've won Blenheim. They actually went to the Europeans in Harada last year for Germany. They were 4th in Kentucky this spring. Bizzaro for Italy. Italy, unfortunately, 2 of their members not completing. So So they have to count 1,000 penalty points. Just looking at the scoreboard, because I think Malin is a good 20 seconds or plus down on the clock. And actually, Ireland, 98.6 sit in second. Germany, 89.4 sit in first. So should Malin be clear, she's got around 22, 23 seconds in hand for Germany to stay ahead of Ireland. Any more than that, and actually Ireland will overtake and be the leaders going into the show jumping tomorrow. Dan Bizzaro, very well done through the sunken road. Here is Malin Hansen-Hotopp. Carlitos Quidditch-K. Oh, and it's all over anyway because ducks out to the right-hand side. It will be Laura Collett, who is your overnight leader, De Capo. She was the only one that could overhaul her on the top spot and just doesn't get the line necessarily that she wants, or the distance, I should say, that she wants, and picks up 20 penalties. So Ireland will lead going into the show jumping tomorrow. We'll wait for that to come through on the scoreboard, but Malin Hansen-Hotopp, unfortunately, picking up jumping penalties out on course. So that means that Laura Collett will be our overnight leader. 25.3 with De Capo. Germany will drop down to third. Ireland lead, 98.6 going forward to the show jumping tomorrow. They won't have a lot in hand of the USA in second, but Ireland, sixth after dressage, have moved up courtesy of some incredibly good cross-country rounds. Here's Dan Bizzaro. Stormhill Riot taking the longer route up at the vegetable garden. Oh, sees a flower at that final bit, but all clear. Oh, goodness me. Drama, drama, drama here in Boekelo. It has been plenty of thrills and spills in the team competition. We'd expect more of the same in the individuals as the day progresses as well. But Malin Hansen-Hotopp, unfortunately, 20 penalties late on in their round, puts paid to their individual chances and actually drops Germany down the standings in the team into third. Ireland will lead. So 2 to go. Malin Hansen-Hotopp and Carlitos Quidditch-K. Just the final fence, which they pop over very nicely and come home through the finish. And I would say that it has been an absolute pleasure today to enjoy all of these horses finishing so fresh, so full of running. The time has been a challenge. You know, we've seen a few get it and a few get it easily, but there's only, I think, about 4 that have done so. In fact, I think only 3. Cute Girl Hallie Coon, Clever Trick Susie Berry, and Robin Godell Global DHI. So only 3 have achieved the time. And yet, actually, all the horses have finished looking full of running, very fresh. Huge credit to Adrian Ditcham, the course designer. And away goes the first of our individual riders, I believe. This will be Harrison Colling and Trevi Fountain. Actually running straight through, so because running a few minutes behind after that hold, not having the break at this stage. Just a little bit sticky in the water. But Danny does a good job, keeps the horse straight to the task. Next away from the start, it will be MJ Zeibel and Chiquita for Germany, 34.9. Their first phase score in 57th place overnight. So we've gone straight on into those individuals. And actually, the team riders almost all home. Daniel Bizarro will get him home safely, and then we'll give you an update as to how things are looking overnight going into tomorrow. Harrison Colling, good work there. Gives a pat down the neck for Tayla Fountain, who were actually our dressage pathfinders a couple of days ago. Feels like a lot's happened in the last couple of days. We've had some 96 combinations come down the centre line. Good half of them have gone cross country now. Dan Bizarro just heads off into the final quarter of his round. But it has been a really enjoyable cross-country track so far, and it's brilliant to see so many people out enjoying the sport. Harrison Colling, really good job. Straight line through the big double of corners. See just how many people are there, and actually how hard the fence judges and the ground team are all working to make sure that the going is as good as it possibly can be. Stormhill right, just the 2 fences left to go. Ooh, rather rattling the parallel, but the frangible devices stay. Unfortunately, the luck runs out. They just run past that final corner. So Harrison Colling will pick up 20 penalties with Tayla Fountain. That's to add to their dressage score of 34.4. As Daniel Bizarro is home safely. So let's give you an update on the team leaderboard. Well, what a day for Ireland. 6th after dressage. And 3 brilliant cross-country performances from Susie Berry, from Padraig McCarthy, and Aoife Clark sees them with 3 riders inside the top 12 overnight. They sit out in front in the Nations Cup, 98.6, ahead of the USA, 103.1. New Zealand are in 3rd. They've moved up from 10th into 3rd, 116.5. Germany 123.9 in 4th, Great Britain in 5th, France, Belgium, Sweden, Switzerland, Netherlands and Italy rounding out the top 11. But it is still a bit of a battle actually between Germany and Great Britain for 2nd in the overall Nations Cup standings, because France are the runaway leaders. Even though this week hasn't quite gone to plan, they couldn't be caught coming into this event. They run 370 points, and both Great Britain and Germany on 240, when you get 100 points for a win. But Germany and Great Britain can really battle it out for who might finish 2nd, because they're both tied on 240, as I say. Laura Collett is guaranteed to lead the individual standings overnight. However, there's plenty of people in the individual lineup who could feature inside the top 10. The likes of Sarah Bullimore, Corey Miro, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier has her 2 8-year-olds to come forward. Leah Siegel, looking forward to seeing Van Helsing P, because that's a horse that can be very quick cross-country. And then you've got the likes of Max Warburton with his 5-star ride, Monbeg exclusive as well. Oh, just ducks off to the left-hand side. You almost felt that MJ kind of thought it might be coming. And that will be 20 penalties for them. It's a real shame. Gets the first, and the horse just, you could see, was already ducking out of the left shoulder. So MJ Zeibel, 20 penalties to add. Now jumps the longer alternative, and this is where you need to really remember your A's and your B's and what your options are. Here goes Beau Posthumous and Smokey, 38.8, their score coming forward, left them in 87th place on the leaderboard.
Daar is Florida Hoogland met KW40 op de rang. Tony Zonne.
So this is Bo Posthumous at the sunken road. Clever footwork again, just that little trot step almost out over that skinny triple bar. Harrison Colling and Trevi Fountain just coming back towards home. They've just got 2 jumping efforts remaining out of the main arena. You sort of get funneled back out. It can be quite imposing for the horses when they've been in that big expanse of an arena. And they can back off, but he's going to pop over the final fence and go on to complete. So, if you are just tuning in, then a very warm welcome to you. We have just completed the team riders cross country, so now we are focusing our attentions on the individual riders coming forwards. And we've still got plenty that could challenge for very good placings going forward to the show jumping tomorrow. And of course, we will have all of the show jumping action for you live on FEI.tv. Just lost the left shoulder there slightly. Ooh. MJ Zeibel and Chiquita. Chiquita not giving MJ the easiest of rides, but very honest on that final line. Bo Posthumous and Smokey coming forward actually in the Dutch National Championships. And let's remind ourselves of how that leaderboard is shaping up as well, actually. Because in terms of those scores locked in, Janneke Boonzaaijer, I'm Special NOP is the score to beat, 43.6. Actually, you've still got plenty that could go ahead of her. Just ducks out to the left-hand side. Has just lacked that little bit of control that's needed. And it seems to be the left-hand side that's been causing them the problems. So that is their second problem out on course. 3 cumulative problems at this level does result in elimination. They pop over that at the second time of asking. We've had just 3 combinations go inside the time here, but all 3 of them have done it pretty convincingly. So could well see a few more of those this afternoon, although of course the ground is getting a little bit more churned up. The team have been working tirelessly on it with putting down hardcore. And the fence judges actually stepping it in after each of the horses has gone through. So that is Hontoni and Florinor Hoogland. And that looks like it is actually Bo Posthumous, who has been held out on course as well. So there's a couple of holds on course. Not sure of any reason for that at the moment, but we will bring you news on it as it becomes available. In fact, actually looks like MJ Zeibel has been held or potentially stopped at the end of her round. We'll get you news on that as we get it. But actually means that we've got a couple of moments hold just as MJ Zeibel is held very, very near the end of her round, actually, as is Bo Posthumous. And it looks like Florinor Hoogland as well. He must be very, very early on. So MJ is held, I think, before about the final fence. That is number 47. So that is Florinor Hoogland, who actually leads the Dutch National Championship class at the moment. And Hontoni, Bo Posthumous and Smokey also held out on course. Well, a good chance to remind you of the procedure for being held out on course. So if a horse is required to be held, so stopped on course, that can be for any number of reasons, that another horse or rider needs further assistance. A fence may have been damaged, and there's plenty of other reasons that can happen as well, but they're the most common. Then the fence judge would wait for the instruction from cross-country control that they are required to stop that horse at their fence. Then they would let a horse go past a timing marker, and that timing marker, they actually take a time for every single horse that passes their fence at exactly the same spot. So they would wait for the horse to go past that timing marker at full competition speed. They would take the time. Then they would flag them down. They'd explain that they are essentially being held for whatever reason. Normally, holds on course are very short. But actually, they would then be essentially out of the competition. So they can have a drink, they can have a chat, they can dismount, they can do whatever they like within reason. And then when they are unable to be restarted, cross-country control gives the order to the fence judge. The fence judge has already shown them where their timing marker is, and they come back past it for a second time at full competition speed. So that is how their held time is accounted for out on course. But we've just got a few moments break here. So we will be back up and running, I'm sure, very shortly, but we'll bring you news on it as soon as we have any.
Achterberg maakt even al de gelegenheid gebruik om de hoogpiste nog even gladjes te steken.
So it's being held out on course at the moment from Hoogland. Over 19 in the Dutch National Championships.
Cavaillon. Dit is het momentje waarop die technici de LSM tijd zou kunnen. Oké, dus we hoeven niks meer te doen.
Of fence 19, the timber wagon.
Ja, dames en heren, we liggen dus even stil wegens een stroomstoring, is mij verteld. Maar niettemin, er zijn nog ook mooie dingen naast de sport. Ik sta hier naast een van de grote mannen van de sport. Op dit moment actief, vooral als coach, niet maar als jockey in de bovenkant van de sport. Ik sta hier naast Andrew. Andrew, great to have you here. What's your role today?
Good question. It's great to be here, and I'm here with the Swiss team. Had 3 riders finished today. Could have been a bit better, but done the job.
Done the job, and as a coach, as a rider, are you confident in a role in the sense, or would you actually like to get on a horse and compete yourself?
No, my days of wishing I riding them around gone. I'll accept my role now as coach, standing on the ground here, and I enjoy doing it.
Good. And if you look at the course today and the way things are going, besides you said your team could have done slightly better, but if you look at the way things are going and the design and the going, is it something that is done well? Or?
Yeah, it's done very well. I thought the course is pretty much up to standard for this level. I thought it was very even all the way around the course, flows well, and just watching the pitches, it works very well. Full credit to them all, and they've done very well with the weather conditions. We can do a bit of water down here at the stables to damp the dust down. It's a bit dusty down here. But no, seriously,
dames en heren. Vele jaren zelf succesvol, ook vele malen aan de start hier. En nu dus aanwezig als coach van het Zwitserse team. En in die rol tevreden en ook met de complimenten aan de organisatie en alles wat hier gebeurd is. En we gaan kijken wat we nog meer aan mooie bezoekers voor u bij de microfoon kunnen krijgen.
Hallo Nicolas, trouwens winnaar hier al in het jaar 2001. Later wordt hij ook in 2012 hier met het team van Boekelo en Enschede. Hoort hem zo even bij Dirk aan de microfoon. Ik kan me niet heugen dat ze eerdere stroomproblemen hebben gehad, problemen met elektriciteit. Maar ja, techniek staat voor niets, kan een keer misgaan. Zullen zeer wat geduld hebben voor het vervolg van de cross country op dag nummer 3 van de Military Boekelo Enschede. Even lekker flaneren op de Astier. Veel steentjes daar te zien, veel te koop, even shoppen, het is aan u. Jan, je bent hier al een paar jaar langer dan ik, geloof ik zelfs, dan 26 jaar. Ooit eerder meegemaakt, stroomstoring en dat dan de kast stil werd gelegd?
Nee, volgens mij is er niet eerder gebeurd. Dat is het. Maar ja, goed, de techniek kan van alles het zijn. Misschien wel te veel zonnepanelen hebben gezagd of zo. Dat in de huidige tijd dat het niet goed is afgestemd op de situatie. Hier tijdens de militaire veel aandacht voor de verduurzaming. Misschien nog 40 minuten terug. Wat dat betreft een breed beeld vanuit de organisatie. Wat te doen richting de toekomst.
Alhoewel geen paarden in het hoofdstadion te zien zijn, is nog sfeer aan de zijlijn. Ik hoor gejuich zo links en rechts om mij heen. Mensen die zich vermaken, top horecavoorzieningen, hapje, drankje, hoort allemaal tot de mogelijkheden. Hier op de Military. Rij je dik, dames en heren, met rijden dik loopt u hier door het traject. Het, zoals ik dan altijd hoor zeg, Twentse Koningse landschap, waar de bladeren aan de bomen beginnen te gebeuren, waar de herfst zich aanmeldt. Nu nog de bladeren aan de bomen, poosje zijn ze er allemaal af, maar dan zijn wij alweer weg hier bij de Military. Wacht op het nieuwe startsein. 3 combinaties, 3 Amazones onderweg. Eén was bijna aan het eind van het traject. Marjola Siro, Rapart Chiquita. Dan die 2 Nederlandse Amazones. Oscars met Smokey en Tony met Nooidorf Hoogland. Die werden tegengehouden in de crosscountry. Misschien dat Dirk nog iemand bij de microfoon kan vinden voor een leuke reactie. Daar hebben we de tijd even voor de...
Ik ben me daar te tegen van bewust, maar als ik naar iemand toe loop, dan rennen ze over het algemeen snel bij me vandaan. Dus mooie content, die is er wel, maar waar precies, dat weet ik niet. Ah, daar komen een aantal mensen aangelopen. Misschien willen die wel even bij de microfoon.
het systeem, dames en heren, wordt weer opnieuw opgestart. We hadden nog Duitsland goed, we hadden Daniele Pizarro, Italië had 18,4.
Tommy was laatst ook gekomen. Tommy 3. Was je daar een kost met of niet? Ja, dat is wel 2 maanden geleden zoiets. Ja. Maar goed golven dan? Nee, hij is ook...
Aber ist so ein.
Well, if you are just tuning in here, then we are on a short hold because of some power-related issues on site. So those accommodations that are held on course will be restarted very shortly. We understand another 5 minutes or so before we get back underway, but we will keep you posted.
We hebben nog de resultaten nog niet bijgewerkt en daar zit nog een hapering in het systeem voor ons. De tijd en dat soort dingen goed binnenkomen bij de organisatie en ook bij rekenstellen DE.
Over binnenkomen gesproken. Binnenkomen is Bob Postumus en haar schimmel. Dat oponthoud daar in het parcours. Komt zo gelukkig het laatste traject bevolgen. En super blij met het resultaat van haar smokkie. Nou, moet even wachten op de eindkaartslagen, dames en heren.
Dat gaat goed, hè?
Well, welcome back to Boekelo after that hold on course, and plenty of drama as we get restarted as well. Really disappointing for Florinor Hoogland and Hontoni, having problems there at the water. It's never easy restarting after a hold, but ultimately the safety of all of our competitors and of course officials is of the utmost priority. This is Bo Postumus. Oh, standing a mile off the bank. That fence has already had a little bit of attention today and required potentially a little bit more after that as well. This was Yulia Krajewski's epic save a little bit earlier on. She picked the reins up, kept the horse balanced, showed him the fence, left it up to him, and he did a wonderful job in helping her out. And it was a real show of partnership because she gave him every opportunity and he wanted to get the job done as well. So, accommodations just warming up down at the start. Always difficult if your preparations are interrupted. But what can you do other than just keep moving, keep an eye on what's going to unfold. That is Amanda Andersen and Double Carrot. Accommodation who actually led the way for quite a while on the first day. 31.4 their dressage puts them certainly in touch with a good placing here. The leader overnight will be Laura Collett and De Capo on 25.3. They can't be caught, but there's plenty of others who could feature inside the top 10 on the leaderboard.
wat dat betreft een hele mooie stand nu bezoeken met prachtige producten.
So the course is empty as things stand at the moment. And the team just making sure they're entirely happy with the first of those skinny brushes at the bottom of the bank before they restart. Lucky to have a brilliant team of builders to support our cross-country course designer Adrian Ditcham here. And they're just making some adjustments to the fence before we can get restarted. So we will be back up and running in just a couple of minutes' time. Do bear with us. And next out on course will be Amanda Andersen and double carrot for Sweden.
Gezellig ook. Je vader zei, ja, Smokey is een beetje een autist.
Well, it looks like we are preparing to get back underway here in Boekelo, as Amanda Andersen for Sweden at double carrot, just trotting around down at the start. This combination did a lovely test on Thursday, 31.4, leaves them in 32nd place overnight. And to the delight of the watching crowd, she is underway, and I'm sure plenty of you watching at home will be disappointed, as am I, not to find out the end result of how the gator escapes from the Boekelo mud. The cameraman was enjoying it far too much, and as are the watching crowds, I have to say. I really feel for the two guys driving it who have become the local stars of Boekelo during that hold where the team were just doing some fence repairs to one of the skinny brushes at the bottom of the bank. But we concentrate now back on the competition in hand. And the first of two rides for Amanda. Amanda, who was so impressive in the first phase with this horse, Double Carrot, who was 6th in Christianstad on their last preparation run for this event. Also being 2nd in the under-25 4-star class in Stragon. As I think as that buggy drove away, I feel like saying not all heroes wear capes, because there's a lot of heroes in Boekelo this weekend, and I have to say, once again, the biggest thanks, huge amounts of credit has got to go to the organising team, have got to go to the officials and all of the ground staff, because this has been an absolutely mammoth effort. If you look at the conditions that the horses are going in, which, yes, wet in places, but they have worked so hard on the footing. Then you look at the conditions around where the infrastructure has been and everything else, and how wet and muddy it is. You know, they have moved heaven and earth to be able to make this event run, and we're very, very grateful to them. It has certainly been a bit of a challenge over the last couple of days and weeks. So Amanda Andersen with the 9-year-old Double Carrot. Course all to themselves. This is the horse that she rode at the Young Rider European Championships in Montellabretti last year. Horse that she's produced up the levels herself. Won internationally at the 2 and the 3-star level. Next to go from the start will be the first ride of 2 for Lauren Nicholson for the United States of America. Lauren rides I'll Have Another, 41.1 their first phase score coming forwards. And I would just say, if you are tuning in, due to a couple of different holds on course, we are running probably about 50 minutes behind schedule. So we've just not long started the individual riders heading out on course. And that looks like Amanda Andersen and Double Carrot. So I'll try and bring you news on them, as Lauren Nicholson is away on course. At the moment, can't see any reason for Amanda Andersen not to be still galloping around the track, but obviously something not quite gone to plan somewhere. So Lauren Nicholson is underway. Huge crowds here in Boekelo, all enjoying the usual Boekelo hospitality. And Lauren Nicholson, the first of her 2 rides. She's represented the United States at the World Championship level. Perhaps most well known for the brilliant partnership she has with Vermiculus and, of course, Veronica. Lauren Kiefer, her maiden name. Lauren actually went to the Olympics in Rio with Veronica back in 2016. 2 World Championships under her belt, as well as a Pan American Games. Part of the team that took a team gold, finished individually 7th in 2015 when they were held in Toronto. And Lauren, the first of her 2 rides here. Larco Z will be her second, coming a little bit later on, but I'll Have Another top 10 at Bromont in the 3-star a little bit earlier on this year. Has previously been 5th in the long format 4-star at Bromont as well. So plenty of good 4-star tests under their belt, as that is the first of 2 rides for Julia Norman. And she'll head out on course very shortly. Just getting confirmation, Amanda Andersen, it was down at the water, the sea element of the first water, that actually she had 2 refusals and decided to call it a day. So just Lauren Nicholson out on course at the moment. And with the weather and the ground conditions, they have made some amendments to the course. Fences 4, 5 and 6 have been removed. The optimum time and distance at now 9 minutes and 5 seconds, the optimum time. The total distance would be 5,176 metres in total. 3 people have gone inside the time, and comfortably inside the time so far. So one would expect that there could be a few more potentially on the horizon as the afternoon progresses. Although, of course, we've seen the team riders go this morning in the Nations Cup teams. It is Ireland who sit in the driving seat there going into tomorrow's show jumping phase, which of course we will have live for you on FEI.tv. Julia Norman, the first of her 2 rides, heads away from the start box. And this is Contendro, 35.5, their first phase score. Nice work from Lauren Nicholson at the sunken road. Quick check of the watch as well. Picture of concentration. I'll have another owned by Brandy Randerman. As here comes Julia Norman. And Contendro, the first, as I say, of her 2 rides, competing as an individual for Zimbabwe.
Nicholson, dames en heren, probeert die optimale tijd te bereiken. Pakt die is precies op de punt. Ja, dat zag er fantastisch uit.
So just the 2 combinations out on course at the moment. Robbie Kearns for Ireland, very dignified, will be the next to get their round underway. Lauren. And I'll have another just setting up for these parallels to the corner. Seemed to work really well with quite forward riding, although that was very forward. Lauren really made that distance to the final corner happen, and the horse was really honest and true to the line. So a good shot to the table as well, beautifully adorned by the vintage tractor. As here is Julia Norman. Julia, who changed nationality to represent Zimbabwe last year. And very much paying tribute to her mother's heritage. Her grandparents lived over in Zimbabwe. Her mother lived there for 20 years. As here is Robbie Kearns for Ireland. Very dignified, the horse that he brings forward on a score of 33.2. Clever footwork by I'll have another down at the second water. As Julia comes to the sunken road. Really clever little footwork by this horse. And did a very good job. Not overly experienced at all, just a 9-year-old. She's got a pair of 9-year-olds actually in this division. As Robbie Kearns away over the first 3. Lauren Nicholson making light work of what has been one of the most influential fencers on the course, actually. Comes down the bank. She would be down on the clock at this stage, but it's been a very good round from this young horse. Julia up at the vegetable garden, going the direct route with the 2 corners. And sees a really nice distance through there. Julia, who just had her second baby only a few months ago, already back in the saddle competing, and really showing that it absolutely can be done, juggling motherhood brilliantly. Robbie, who was part of the Irish team that won the Nations Cup event in Mill Street a little bit earlier on this year, and very dignified on that score of 33.2. Ireland have put in a masterclass of cross-country riding today as the poor box at the bottom of the bank needing even more attention. Lauren does a good job through there. And I'll have another opens on up towards the final 2 fences on the course. He is back, digs deep. And I would say, again, you know, the conditions out there haven't been as straightforward. There's been a few patches out on course that are wetter than other patches which have held up very well. But they made some amendments to the course. It's now 9 minutes and 5 seconds. They took 3 fences out. And I would say horses have finished looking so well, full of running and full of confidence as well, which is real credit to Adrian Ditcham and his team. So Lauren Nicholson is home safely. Just a handful of seconds over the time. Some 9 in total. So 3.6 time penalties, 44.7 is her total score. As here comes our latest starter. This is Anne-Sophie Covio and Skylight. Julia Norman getting a lovely shot through the double of parallels to the corner. Contendro really galloping on as Robbie Kearns comes to the vegetable garden, very dignified his ride and looking very quick through there. Actually, this is going to be a really interesting one because very dignified on a score of 33.2. My dignified Van Zorgvliet, owned by Trish Kearns. Another to take that sneaky little route, which just gives you a much more direct line to the brush in the water and then the brush corner. Very dignified, looks very keen with Robbie Kearns. Really enjoying the task in hand. Ooh, did well to get that corner. Julia Norman just needs to get her line right for these 2 brushes. What a cool little horse. Contendro, like he'd walked the course, knew exactly where he needed to go and was quite happy to get the job done. Now it is Casanova de Flete, and this is Sebastian Atz on a score of 35.4. For anybody just tuning in, we're about 45 minutes behind schedule, beg your pardon, as we go on board behind our latest starter. You get a real feel for what actually it is like at heading out at that part of the course with the crowds and the galloping lanes. Just not able to keep their line. That's so frustrating. Ducking out to the right-hand side, Skylight and Anne-Sophie. Really had a good look down at the step down and unfortunately couldn't get the line for the final element. Julia Norman, Contendro, have had such a fun ride cross country. And he's still jumping for fun. They're going to have some time penalties to add to their total score. They'll be over a minute over the time, but it didn't look like that was the goal today. It looked very much about having a good confidence building run and plenty of fun out there as well by the looks of things. So Julia Norman is home, 63.9 her total score. We'll see her with Capriccio a little bit later on as well, as we go back to Robbie Kearns. Just used his voice there to bring the horse back to him because he just found himself very deep, but because he had kept the balance, the horse was able just to get that extra little bit of space. Sebastian. Very quickly. The early part of his round is just Anne-Sophie. See them coming to the skinny triple bar. They actually had another problem at fence 12. We understand, so 2 refusals on the card for them already. Fence 12 is the, they had one at the Sunken Road, and then they had one at the First Water that we didn't see. That was the Jokes Water. And so that will be 20 penalties for each of those at separately numbered fences, so 40 penalties in total on the card, but cannot afford another. Robbie Kearns. And very dignified, just a smidgen over the time as they come down to the final fence for Ireland. Just has to set the horse up for the last very sensibly, and will be a few seconds over, some 15 or so in total. And that is going to have been a good solid cross-country round for Robbie Kearns, and very dignified. 15 seconds over. 20 seconds over, beg your pardon, 41.2. That sees them go into 18th place at the moment. Next, we go back to Anne-Sophie. Ooh, just caught a leg on that corner, but actually kept their balance very well. Next away, it is Olivia Dutton. Olivia rides at Sea of Clouds. Comes forward with a very solid starting score. In the first phase, which is 34.2. Just ran the distance down very quickly there in the double of corners, but Sebastian looking like he's thoroughly enjoying his spin over Adrian Ditcham's cross-country track. And Sophie. Fisherman's Water. And a little look. Which actually just took the pace away, which helped to set up for that skinny brush. Does a really good job out the other side over the brush corner. Preparing to go under starters orders. North Sloughy cash in hand in just a moment for Morocco. So go back to Olivia Dutton. Sea of Clouds, who was campaigned up to the 5-star level by Father Philip Dutton. Top 10 at Kentucky on the card. But has since been a horse that has given Olivia so much fun and experience, and they get on brilliantly together. Her first trip to Boekelo. Sebastien At and Casanova de Flatte work to make it happen at the double of parallels to the corner. Norslaughey, who's really setting the standard, raising the bar, being a huge inspiration to other riders from countries that might not necessarily have a massive resource of riders who already compete at that level, nor very much the one that is paving the way. Went to the Olympic Games in Paris this summer. And how honest was that horse then? Because Skylight picked up for Anne-Sophie, the first of those skinny brushes, absolutely no problem at all. And Sea of Clouds, who is actually bred to race, has raced on the flatter on a couple of occasions before coming into retraining. Having a lovely spin cross country with Nor and Cash in Hand, who completed Paris this summer, are away from the first three. Doing a lovely job at the Fisherman's Water, Sebastien. As Anne-Sophie, they may have had a couple of problems out on course and be picking up the time penalties now, but the finish flags are well within their sights. Just got 2 fences left to negotiate.
Makes a bit of a hash of the second last, gets a nicer jump over the last to bring it home there, and Sophie Corbin and Skylight. It's going to be very slow. It's in the order of 11 minutes time taken to get that all coming through. 10 minutes 53.
Twee weigeringen in het parcours en ook nog wat tijdsomschrijving, totaal 83,7.
So Anne-Sophie completes as we go back to Sebastien, who absolutely flies through that combination. It's been a really influential one as the day has progressed. Lovely expression on the face of Sea of Clouds. And he looks like he's thoroughly enjoying the challenge. Next away, it is Blarney Monbeg Pepper, beg your pardon, and Daniel Alderson. Daniel comes forward with a score of 35.6. That left them in 64th position. Coming forward.
Met 35,6 minpunten vanuit de dressuur zojuist gestart. Daniel Alderson met Blarney Monbeg Pepper. Maar het is 9 jaar oud op een afstamming van Dignified van het Zorg.
So Sebastien home safely, 44.2, just some 17, 18 seconds over the time. And he is home. Norslaughey sits really nicely, actually, just coming into that sunken road. You can see him just check back over her shoulder, not once but twice, just to make sure that the Mimrail had not been displaced. Olivia Dutton, unfortunately, gets to know Boekelo a little bit more than she would have wanted to. Sea of Clouds comes round to the water and just says no thank you, and unfortunately she comes out the front door. Looks to be very quickly back up on her feet, and they're both walking away. The air jacket's gone off, hence the inflation, but actually hopefully none the worse for wear after that tumble. So frustrating end to Olivia Dutton's Boekelo experience. As here is Nor at the Vegetable Gardens. Cash in Hand, the horse that she rode at the Olympic Games in Paris this summer, pops through there very well. And I'm sure already having started to think about the World Championships in Aachen in 2 years' time, 2026, the Worlds will be held there. Blarney Monbeg Pepper, Daniel Alderson. Daniel, who's been based over in Ireland for a good little while now. Comes forward on 35.6. Cash in Hand, North Lowy. At the double of parallels. Then that curving right-handed line to the corner, which is separately numbered, but very much still related. And most we've seen actually just go the direct route through that. Next away from the start, it is Lord of the Morning and Lexi Kilfeather for Ireland. Combination come forward with a dressage score of 36.0. Don't forget that the conclusion of the competition will be tomorrow, available for you on FEI.tv. Daniel Alderson, the picture of concentration. Blarney Monbeg Pepper. Very quickly on to the sunken road, or through the sunken road, I should say. Three combinations out on course. If you are just joining us, then we've got Morocco, Great Britain and Ireland. Dan Alderson taking the direct route through the Vegetable Garden. Vegetable Garden at 14 and 15, A and B. The second of those corners counts as A and B, because if you wanted to take the alternative, then there are two elements available to you. And pretty much everybody has taken the direct route at this bank. It's caught plenty of people out. Most have gone straight away. Such a nice atmosphere in Boekelo. 60,000 people descend on Cross Country Day. There's a great social atmosphere, a real society feel to it. Dan gave Blarney Monbeg Pepper a really nice ride through that line. Let the horse understand exactly what was being asked of him as Lord of the Morning. Lexi Kilfeather. Head into the middle part of their round. Away goes Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Quintus, the second of her three rides. On a very competitive starting score of 32.1, Lara. Dan Alderson, meanwhile, Blarney Monbeg Pepper actually pops really nicely up the bank, out over that brush corner, the left-handed option. So just the two to go for Morocco. Noor heads towards the penultimate fence and just has the final fence left. Time penalties clocking up 0.4 of a penalty for every second over the time. And the optimum time was 9 minutes and 5 seconds. So there's a few time penalties there to add. But actually, it was a really good result and a really good round from this combination. 54.9, they were clear jumping. And that is the score on which they will take forward to tomorrow's show jumping round. Good work at the sunken road for Lexi Kilfeather and Lord of the Morning. As Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Quintus. This horse just an 8-year-old. Completed Le Lion d'Angers Young Horse World Championships last year. Ooh, ran into a bit of difficulty actually, and the horse was very, very honest. Chipped in an extra little stride, but didn't take the opportunity to pop out through one side or the other. So just got there a little bit far off the box brush. The vegetable garden for Lexi Kilfeather. Just doing a good job to keep the horse's right shoulder in. And actually pop through the second of those well as no problem. Quintus, just an 8-year-old for Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. Lara, who is based at Arville Castle in Belgium. Next to come forwards, it is Brandon Schaefer-Gurau, and a very special 33.3, their first phase score. Lord of the Morning, a big horse, big stride, but Lexi a tall rider. And they pop through there, no problems at all. Formidable 62 was Lara's ride in the Nations Cup a little bit earlier on, but she's got two really exciting 8-year-olds as individuals as well, this certainly being one of them. And she also has Cairado Darville, who comes a little bit later on, that's actually very, very well placed in terms of the overall leaderboard. Was 6th overnight after dressage. Not sure how quickly she will go, whether she'll really press the button down on the accelerator today, given that actually it is a bit soft underfoot and they're only stepping up to the level for the first time, but watch this space. So Lara. Quintus, oh, just duck out the right-hand side there at the vegetable garden. Just Lara picked up the stride, and actually, when she said go, the horse just popped out the side, and that will be 20 penalties for them. So we'll come round to the longer route, one would imagine. There she goes. That's a frustrating 20 penalties for Lara. And is back on her way, but will carry those 20 penalties, which will take her out of contention. Lord of the Morning, Lexi Kilfeather. Making it happen at the bank combination. So if you're just tuning in, Lexi Kilfeather, Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Brandon Schaefer-Guerau all on course. Brandon, we understand, has had a refusal actually at fence 9. That's the angled brush coming away from the first of those angled brushes at the first water. Separately numbered, but unfortunately that's 20 penalties there for them. And actually getting news in that Lara de Liedekerke-Meier has also had another refusal. This time she also had one coming out of the water at 8, as did Lexi Kilfeather. So we didn't see that fence, but looking on the live scores, both of them having picked up 20 there. So certainly causing plenty of problems. There's loads of movement on the leaderboard. Helen Bates, Carpe Diem, is our latest starter combination that actually completed badminton earlier on this year. Jumped a double clear at Les Etoiles de Pau last season as well. As home now, Lexi Kilfeather and Lord of the Morning are safely through the finish flags. Lara and Quintus. She's just looking to give this horse a confidence-building run. Unfortunately, that will be their third run out on course, so it will be elimination, unfortunately, for Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. So that means that they will be walking home, sadly. We'll see Lara a little bit later on with Cairado Darville. Who still sits in a really competitive position. Was 6th overnight, but actually currently could go 3rd or better. 2nd or 3rd with a fast clear. Watch this space for later. Brandon Schaefer-Guerau is having a good run cross country with this horse, putting behind them that problem that they had at the first water. They've otherwise looked very, very confident. As away from the start, this is a ride for Gurig Lacoste, Caramel Dorchy, and they were top 25 after dressage, 30.9. But actually, they could really climb with a fast clear here. They could go into 6th on the live leaderboard with clear inside the time, as Helen Bates, Carpe Diem, pop very neatly at all elements of the sunken road. Get a feel for just how busy some of these gallop lanes are. As Gurig Lacoste. Caramel Dorchy has no problem at any of the first 3 fences, so that gets him into his rhythm. Oh, and unfortunately, just ducking out to the left-hand side. Not the first that we've seen to do that. Very special for Brandon Schaefer-Guerau. Just actually said no thank you to the water. I don't know if they catch sight of the water perhaps last minute. They actually land on dry land, which is different this year to previous years. It's jumped much better actually than last year. But just unfortunately, the horse said no thank you. He's going to come round to represent. He's coming from the same direction. And actually the horse does do it at this time of asking. But he pops his hand up and decides to save the horse for another occasion. having popped through very nicely. So Brandon Schaefer-Garau will retire out on course. Just see Lara de Liedekerke-Meier and Quintus heading home as well. Helen Bates, Carpe Diem. Getting the job done at the vegetable garden. Carpe Diem looks like he's absolutely loving his spin around the Boekelo countryside. Ears pricked, full of running. Gireg Lacoste, Caramel Dorchy. Gireg, who was part of the French team at the European Championships in Harada. Esprit de la Loge, his top championship ride. Helen does a good job in bringing Carpe Diem back to her through those double of parallels before the corner. Just getting quite keen. They really need to be respected. They do have that safety device on them as well. As next to go, it will be for Ireland. Megan Healy, 37.9, their first phase score. Left them in 79th position with Overis Cavalier. So 2 sessions of cross-country left to come forwards. Well past the halfway stage here. Probably about 2/3 of the way through the field. But still plenty more action to bring you as the day progresses. Helen Bates, Carpe Diem, looking every bit the 5-star combination through the water. Megan Healy and Think It Over. 37.9 their score coming forwards. It's the 10-year-old by Capri van Oversea, owned by Amelia Leeming, was bred over in Ireland by Paul Kelly. Took both flags for Caramel Dorchy and Gireg Lacoste, hopefully the right side of them. At each of those fences, you can see that there's quite often one of the fence judge team with an iPad bookling. Oh, goodness me, Helen Bates, sit tight. And she did very well to get back on track, and actually, Demon, as he's known, rather took over the rest of the combination there. Let's take another look at it. Just didn't get the stride she wanted, and sort of momentum carried them over. But actually, very quickly, you've got to think on your feet, and she was able to regather, regroup, and actually put him safely back on the path that she wanted him to be on. Wonderful to see blue skies in Boekelo, especially when you consider the amount of rain and the amount of mud that is everywhere. Redfield Fair, Cassie Sanger did a good performance for the US Nations Cup team, just 4 seconds over the time. They sit on 38.0. So Megan Healy, who's out on course, could just sneak ahead of her. As here is Sanne de Jong with her second ride. This is Global Fairly Flashy, bred by Julie Lawson over in the UK by Primitive Fairy Tale. And actually, Sanne de Jong, one of the ones to watch in the Dutch National Championship division. The leader at the moment, Janneke Boonzaaijer, I'm Special NOP on 43.6. Still some 6 combinations that could overhaul her at the top of the leaderboard. Helen Bates and Carpe Diem, who looks quite happy to go again, to be quite frank. He looks very pleased with himself, very fit. And he's thoroughly enjoyed his trip round the Boekelo cross country. There we go, a few time penalties, 47.1. That sees them just outside the top 25. Now this is the turn of Sanne de Jong, Global Fairly Flashy, to come to the pumpkin rails at 3. That looks like Megan Healy walking off course. And that's because she had a fall, actually, down at the water at 8. She has obviously remounted to come back to the stables. So hopefully uninjured from that. But Megan Healy will not be continuing on with Overis Cavalier. Caramel Dorshi, Greg Lacoz, good work at the water. That has been one of the most influential fences on Adrian Ditcham's cross-country course. And we've had such a variety of problems out there. I would say that actually they've done a great job in keeping the ground to hold up, because even though you see in spots like that it's wet, you then look at what's to the side of it and you think, okay, they've done a very good job with the ground. So, back to Sanne de Jong, Global Fairly Flashy, in 55th place overnight, 34.7, their starting score. Greg Lacoz in the main arena. Gets the 2 strides on a more deliberate right-handed turn, actually, rather than the angle. As here comes Austin O'Connor for Ireland. Austin comes forward with Ventura Rock, 35.0. Left them in 58th place, beg your pardon, after dressage. Global Fairly Flashy, Sanne de Jong. Coming to the sunken road. As good as any we've seen over the first 2 elements of that. As Greg Lacoz home with Caramel Dorshi. So we'll give you a time for them. There we go, rounded 9:32, 41.7 his total score. He goes into the top 20 at the moment. It looks like making a few repairs out on course. That's at the sunken road. Interesting to see if they do have a hold at all, or if they're just making some running repairs. Sanne de Jong is through there now. And she goes on to the vegetable garden, where we'll see her in just a couple of moments. So, the 2 big corners. Over the first. 1, 2, 3, 4 strides. Over the second. Really nice forward distance.
We are being told of a missed flag Global fairly flashy, Sanne de Jong.
Refusal, Bess 9, CCIO4, also got a Ventura Rock. So a couple of penalties coming in there. This flag would be 15 penalties if it stands for Global fairly flashy, obviously 20 penalties for Ventura Rock. Nou, totaal zeggen al gemiste vlag voor Sanne de Jong en ongehoorzaamheid voor Austin O'Connor. Bij de Olympische deelnemers gebeurt weer van alles hier in de
Sanne de Jong coming back to the Fisherman's Water and actually just getting a notification flag up on the live scores that she's been awarded 15 penalties for a missed flag with Global Fairly Flashy at the brush after the water. So fence 9 very much on a related distance to fence 8C. And actually Austin O'Connor also picking up 20 penalties there as well. I think that might be where he had a problem with his first ride, Zaza, as well. But we see him now coming to the vegetable garden. And gets through there with no problems whatsoever. So 3 combinations out on course. Karin Donckers has been our latest starter. Ceres de la Brasserie, 33.3 her starting score. We'll come back to her in a minute, I am sure. Here's Sanne de Jong though. Global Fairly Flashy. Holds it for a good distance to the first of those brushes and actually gets a really nice line to the second as well. There's been some fairly wild riding down that line, but actually makes it look very straightforward. Next to go, it is Alexa Gartenberg from the United States of America with Cooley Kildare. 35.3 their dressage. That left them in 61st place on the leaderboard. But certainly everything has been shaken up on the leaderboard as a whole. Laura Collett, our leader overnight, 25.3. She was 4 seconds over the time, but she holds on to the top spot, can't be beaten. So she will be the last to show jump tomorrow. In terms of the rest of the top 10, it's pretty wide open, to be honest. There's plenty still to come that can make their mark, and there's some really good fast horses in there as well. Oh, Karin Donckers has activated the safety device at the sunken road. Horse just came back down on the rail. You see that again. And actually just dropped the hind legs on it. Almost saw the sunken road drop and just dropped the hind legs. And unfortunately, 11 penalties will be added to their total score. So home safely, Sanne de Jong and Global Fairly Flashy. 73.3 their total score. We'll just under a minute over the time, plus that missed flag. Well, the MIM device is, generally speaking, pretty quick to put back up. So hopefully we won't be too long before that fence is fixed. Austin O'Connor and Ventura Rock didn't get a lot of airtime over the log coming in, rather slithered over it. But Austin does a good job to keep the horse straight to that final angled brush, which is on quite an acute angle. We don't see it so much from our camera side, but there's not a lot to aim at. So Karin Donckers and Ceres de la Brasserie. This horse actually out of the mare Gazelle de la Brasserie, who Karin competed at so many major championships. Just going the longer route at the vegetable garden, carrying those 11 penalties from that broken device at the sunken road. As we join through the Dura Splash, Austin O'Connor, who's heading towards the main arena. Next to go, it is the turn of Cumrusé, Paladin de Lucien, Kuki, who is really paving the way as the first ever top-level Turkish eventing athlete. 34.1 is her first phase score. She did a really nice test in the dressage on Thursday. As Karin Donckers. The parallels and corner. And hails a cab over the corner, gives the horse a big pat. And onward she goes. As Austin O'Connor just has the 2 jumping efforts remaining. And Ventura Rock, not overly experienced at the level, so will have come on a huge amount for a trip here. Did have 20 penalties, but otherwise it's been a good round, an educational round for this horse. Austin, part of the Irish team in the Nations Cup, who lead the way going into the final day tomorrow. There we go, 75.0 his penalty score, goes into 43rd place on the leaderboard. But it looks like we have got a hold down at the start. And I think that is Kukisei jumping the 3rd. Karin Donckers is making good progress at the latter part of her round. That was a big jump down into the water, lots of airtime. Sebastian Cavillon's just been held down at the start. Just waiting for news on Alexa Gartenberg. It could well be because of that broken device, remember, that was broken by Karin Donckers at the sunken road. So it could be that actually they're still looking to do some course repairs to it. As Kuki actually just being held at fence 7, that's now confirmed. And I think Alexa also in a similar spot, by the looks of things. Just awaiting news on her. But wonderful to see so many people out enjoying their Boekelo experience. 60,000 people expected to join in the celebrations. And it's such a good atmosphere. A really social environment as well. Here's Karin Donckers at the Boekelo Bank. And got through there. I have to say, joining the action from the drone is wonderful to be able to, 1, get a real bird's eye view of the showground, but 2, to get a feel for actually what the horses see going down the galloping lanes. Just coming to the Dura Splash 25A and B. Deserves respect, that fence. Both of them on frangible devices. But a real speed bump. You've got to slow down. You've got to give them the respect that they need. And actually just seeing that Karin Donckers has been awarded 20 penalties. She took a rather imaginative route to the final element of the sunken road at sea after she'd had that device and has been given 20 penalties for it. We do just have a short hold on course. We're waiting for news on Alexa Gartenberg in terms of where she is held, because I haven't heard any more of her. Kukisei Baladin de Lucien is actually at fence 7, and Sebastian Cavaillon held at the start.
Karin Donckers, 12-year-old Ceres de la Brasserie, out of the mare that Karin rode herself at 2 Olympic Games. Hong Kong, where the equestrian events of the Beijing 2008 Games were held, and the London 2012 Games, Gazelle de la Brasserie.
So just the last to go. Karin Donckers will have some jumping penalties and some time penalties to add with Ceres de la Brasserie, but they are home safely. So that will be 31 penalties in total for jumping, the rest of them time 101.9 as things stand. So Alexa Gartenberg and Kukisei appear to be held out on course. Kuki at the fence number 7, the oak cart. Just waiting news on Alexa Gartenberg, as I haven't seen where they've been held as yet. This is the standings. These are the standings, I should say, for the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series finale here in Boekelo. 98.6, Ireland lead the way with 1 fence in hand ahead of the USA, 103.1, and New Zealand, 116.5, and Germany, 123.9 ahead of Great Britain, rounding out the top 5. So that is how things stand at the moment. Of course, all to play for tomorrow. The final show jumping phase will be broadcast live for you on FEI.tv. We'll be with you every single step of the way. But we've got a few moments break now, and we will be back up and running in a few moments' time. We'll bring you news when we have any.
wachten totdat de wedstrijd gaat hervatten. Maar heeft dus na de cross country de leiding. Kan ook niet meer verbeterd worden voor de deelnemers van de start van zondag.
Score van 30,2. Hallie Coon uit Amerika bezet plaats nummer 4, 30,4. En de Nieuw-Zeelander Tim Price, tweemaal winnaar hier in Boekelo, staat nu bij.
6. Morgen zal het springen het langste onderdeel zijn. Zal de beslissing ook kunnen.
Was goed. Je ziet het al met een mooie glimlach. Hoe kijk je naar morgen?
Morgen is een nieuwe dag. We gaan het wel zien.
Ja, dat is, hier spreekt de ervaring, dames en heren. Morgen een nieuwe dag. Sanne, succes nog morgen.
Dankjewel.
Some big challenges still to come this afternoon. Sarah Bullimore and Coromiro 5th after dressage could go as high as 2nd place. Coromiro for Sarah Homebred. And out of a championship mare for her, Lily Corinne. We also have Lara de Liedekerke-Meier to see once again. It's Kira Bill, the Homebred 8-year-old, that's right up the rankings after dressage. New Seagulls, Van Helsing P will see towards the end of the day. The Austrian Olympian there. Max Warburton, one of the nearly last we see with Molenbeek exclusive. He could also go top 5 at the end of the day. Julia Krajewski then on the leaderboard second at the moment, but could be overtaken.
staan.
Well, we are back up and running here in Boekelo. Cookie Say is restarted, and that holds just because of a problem for Alexa Gartenberg, so she unfortunately won't be carrying on in the competition, but that means that Kugi Baladin de Lucien is safely through the first water at 8 and 9. So Sebastian Cavaillon, who's held down at the start, will be able to get his round underway. We're about 2/3 of the way through the competition, some 33 combinations still to come forward, so lots of action still to bring you as the day progresses. It has been a fairly action-packed day, it should be said, here in Boekelo. As Baladin de Lucien comes to the sunken road. Carefully stepped down. She did a good job in making that happen, and actually the horse helped her out a little bit as well. She pushed for the distance, but the horse found the scope. So Sebastian Cavaillon now underway with Black Pearl-Z, the less experienced of his two rides. We saw him go a little bit earlier on with Ellipso de la Vigne. And he's not quite underway, just waiting patiently down at the start. The live scores just got a little bit ahead of themselves for a moment or two. Wilbury Wonder Pony strapped on for the ride. Wilbury Wonder Pony, of course, the mascot of the wonderful Hannah Francis, who sadly passed away back in 2016, but she was an incredibly inspirational character, and her legacy absolutely lives on. She's helped to raise, and her legacy has raised, I think, over £2 million to help grant not only Wilbury's wishes, but also fund vital life-saving research as well. And it's lovely to see riders still very much flying the Wilbury flag, even 8 years on. Baladin de Lucien, the double of corners. Oh, and unfortunately, passing of company, the frangible fence doing exactly as was intended. She was a little bit off the distance, and the horse came down on top of the corner, and the fence immediately changed shape. And good to see her up on her feet very, very quickly, going back to be reunited with Baladin de Lucien, who is on his feet as well. Take another look at it. Was a little way off it, pushed for the distance, and unfortunately just didn't quite happen for her. So they'll both be checked out, but hopefully none the worse. Well, it does mean that we might have a short hold because the fence is going to be rebuilt. So that corner on the MIM device will need to be rebuilt. Luckily, Sebastian actually still waiting down at the start, so he won't be restarted, or he won't be started, because otherwise he would have got out over the first couple of fences and then been held again, which would have been much more frustrating. So at least he's in the safety of the collecting ring. But news, I'm sure, will be filtering back to him, filtering back to the other riders. Well, good to see them up on their feet after that tumble. They'll both be checked out again back at the stables, but it does mean that we'll have a few minutes while that corner is rebuilt. It's a pretty busy collecting ring at the moment, it should be said. And if you are tuning in to watch a particular combination, then do just be aware that we are running quite significantly behind schedule now. It is 15:06 local time. And actually, Sebastian Cavaillon was due to go at 14:18, so some 45 minutes or so.
Ja, en daar hebben we al reacties over gehad. Dat wachten, dat duurt altijd lang. Gecontroleerd. Daar te hindernisteam Die winter is om alles weer correct in orde te maken. Astier, het bestuurslid van de militaire Boekelo, Astier ook daarbij op Hans. Die kijkt even of alles correct weer wordt opgesteld. Vertegenwoordigd al vele jaren het bestuur.
Ja, dames en heren, naast mij staat op dit moment een voormalig deelnemer, voormalig Nederlands kampioen. Gert Naber staat hier naast mij. En is ook nog eens technical delegate, zoals het zo maar heet bij de FEI. Dus een man die vast veel zinnige dingen kan zeggen. Dat vindt hij niet leuk als ik zo begin. Gert, je bent hier toeschouwer. Ben je ook in functie?
Nee, ik ben hier niet in functie. Wil ik eigenlijk nog liever niet in Boekelo. Boekelo is zo'n fantastisch evenement waarbij ik mijn handen vrij wil houden om gewoon te gaan staan waar ik op dat moment zelf zin in heb.
En dat doe je dus ook volledig?
Ja, dat doe ik volledig. Ik heb vanmorgen lekker de cross gelopen met wat mensen die daar uitleg over wilden. En dan wordt even op mijn eigen gemak kunnen bekijken. En dat is leuk.
Dat is leuk. En je vrouw, je dochters, die zijn allemaal bezig ook met RTV Oost in het commentaar, dat is mooi. Als professional, als technical delegate, als je kijkt naar de wedstrijd en het uithalen van die lus voor de bodem, hoe kijk je daarnaar als vakman?
Ik heb de cross de eerste keer gelopen op woensdagmiddag en daarna donderdag nog een keer. En toen was het duidelijk, ja, je moet er wel wat mee doen. Slechte stukken, bodem slecht, te nat. Ja, en dan Boekelo toch een 10 minuten cross. En dan krijg je situaties dat de paarden vermoeid gaan raken. Wat mij betreft hebben ze een hele goede beslissing genomen om in het eerste gedeelte de slechte delen eruit te halen. Achter in de cross is het gewoon beter, is de bodem beter, is de route veel beter. Heel veel werk uiteraard voor de organisatie, met allemaal te organiseren, met machines, nou ja, er komt gewoon heel wat bij kijken, een spetje af.
Well, I have to say that was a relatively short hold because they very quickly rebuilt the corner. And so we should be back up and running in just a couple of minutes' time. Laura Collett de Capo will be the overnight leader. She was 4 seconds over the time cross country, but now cannot be bought. Be caught. Probably can't be bought either. Who knows? It's been a long day. 25.3 is the score that she is currently leading on. The closest challenger to her would be Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro on 27.0. You've still got the likes of Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Colorado Darville. And actually, the one that I'm going to pick out is Leah Siegel for Austria Van Helsingp, because that can be a very, very quick horse cross country. And I think should be very, very experienced as well. European Championships under his belt. So, Sebastian Cavaillon is hopefully going to get counted down away from the start in just a couple of minutes' time. You can see the teams all on hand relaying information to their riders. Word will have got back to the stables, I'm sure, basically to say don't rush.
Kan er niet meer afgereden worden vandaag, maar voor die tweede plaats kunnen we nog wijziging hebben. Dan gaat hij dan eindelijk Sebastian Cavaillon voor de Frans met de zulobstacle nummer 1.
So Sebastian Cavaillon is underway now. He had a little bit of a wait down at the start box. Probably went under starter's orders once or twice, but never quite got away before the red light went on. However, he now has the course all to himself with Black Pearl Z. And as we've said, always better to be held down in the collecting ring than held out on course, if at all possible. So he gets underway over the first couple. Crowd still really enjoying all of the action here. The weather has thankfully stayed dry today as well. People wrapped up warm against the elements, and there's certainly plenty of mud about. But Black Pearl Z, Sebastien Cavaillon clear of the Oxer at 3. Next to go, it will be Sophia Middlebrook for the United States of America as well, with Prontissimo. Plenty of big names in the next few horses. You've got the likes of Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro, Calvin Bockman, Alter de la Sens. There's Pierre Loiba, Alex Vincian, Leah Siegel, all in this session, and ones to look out for, I am sure. Huge credit to all of the volunteers. The officials have been working tirelessly, but actually the volunteers and the fence judges have been making sure that the ground is kept topped up at all of their fences throughout the day. It's a long day of cross country. You've got 96 horses to start, so it's a pretty action-packed day as well. And they've done a brilliant job to keep things moving. Sebastian has set out like he means real business with Black Pearl, actually. Sebastian, who has competed up to the 5-star level with the wonderful Sarah Darguge. And now has some really nice younger horses making their mark on the sport. Lipso de Levine, a winner at the 4-star in at Saumur, beg your pardon, a little bit earlier on this year. Black Pearl steps up here, having been on the podium at the 4-star long in Lignières at the end of last season. Sebastian at the Sunken Road pops through there very well. Nice pat down the horse's neck as next away Sophia Middlebrook and Prontissimo for the United States of America. Come forward on a score of 36.5. They were just inside the top 70 after dressage. But to put into context exactly what that would do if they went clear inside the time now, on that score of 36.5, they would go into a 17th place on the live leaderboard and easily sort of in the top 30 or so, depending on what would happen for the rest of the competition. Oh, saw quite a long stride to that big bridge, but took it well. Here's Sebastien Cavaillon, Black Pearl Z, taking the direct route. Gets the 4 strides. A lovely big pat for the horse, whose ears pricked, loving the job at hand. So Sebastien Cavaillon clear through 14 and 15. Sophia Middlebrook, the only other horse out on course at the moment. She's just going to fence 7. And then the first water at 8, A, B, C and 9. Of course, after the rain, the team made the decision to remove fences 4, 5 and 6. The revised optimum time, 9 minutes and 5 seconds. We've had 3 people achieve that so far today. Not sure how many more we'll see, if I'm honest. There could be 1 or 2 in there. Actually, the speed these 2 are going could well be Sebastian Cavaillon. Did just look back at the flag that he took there. But I have to say, for the most part, the ground looks to be holding up very, very well, and the horse is finishing full of running, which is real credit to the team. And yet the time has been tough enough to achieve. There's parts of the track that are pretty wet. As away from the start goes our latest starter. This is Janie Cairns on a score of 39.6. Janie with Premier Charlie. That left them in 88th place overnight, but all to play for in the cross country. This horse stepping up to the level as Janie's sole top level international contender. Sebastian Cavaillon seeing the stride through the water and getting it done. He is motoring on towards home. This is going to be a really interesting one for the time. Well, that is Sophia Middlebrook, who has not emerged any further than the water at 8. And actually just coming up, that 3 refusals at 8C, the first of those angled brushes at the exit. So unfortunately, there her day ends. So in fact, 4 combinations made the time. Daniel Alderson for Great Britain, Global DHI, Robin Godell for Switzerland, Clever Trick, Susie Berry for Ireland. They've been the fastest of the day. And then Cute Girl, Hallie Coon for the USA, who actually were super impressive to be the first to achieve that optimum time and have really put in a sterling performance for the US team, who sit in 2nd behind Ireland. As the drone comes back into land, a little behind the scenes insight for you into just what goes on to be able to make this happen. And a shoe is returned from a fence that it shouldn't have been left at, no doubt. As is Sebastian Cavaillon's hat silk. There we go. All of the trophies here in Boekelo. And he'll have to head back. He was going so quickly through the water that he left it behind. So Sebastian Cavaillon will be heading to the main arena very shortly. Janie Cairns, Premier Charlie at the first water. Here we go. Sebastian Cavaillon crouched down low. You can see the missing hat silk now. Black Pearl Z has had a super spin cross country. And actually 36.5 is his score coming forward. 39.6 is that of this lady, Janie Cairns. Oh, Janie just got in quite close to that fence. Premier Charlie gave her a little helping hand. As away from the start now goes Nina Hoot for the Netherlands. Carthagino, 38.0, their score coming forwards. And actually just getting confirmation, Janie Cairns has had a refusal down at the water at 8C. As Sebastian Cavaillon, Black Pearl, home safely. And that was a really smart round from this horse, who absolutely loved it. Looked at that only a few seconds over the time, 7 seconds in total, 39.3. But Black Pearl Z looked to have thoroughly relished the challenge that was set in front of him. So Janie Cairns back underway after that refusal. Cleared it at the second time of asking. Sets up for the sunken road. Pops through it. Gives all 3 elements there. Nina Hoot and Carthagino. A lovely shot over that parallel. Carthagino went to Arville for the Nations Cup there. Also jumped round the 4-star at Ham. But this would be a big step up, their first 4-star long format. Previously been top 20 in the 3-star European Cup. So next to go, it is a lady who could really make her mark on the leaderboard. Sarah Bullimore and Corin Miro for Great Britain. They were 5th after dressage on 27.0. Could go 2nd with a fast clear. So look out for Sarah Bullimore heading out of the start box in a few moments' time. Janie Cairns and Nina Hoot on course. Oh, and Janie just ducks out to the right-hand side, takes the flower pot with her at the first of the corners in the vegetable garden. To go round to the long route. And pops through there very nicely. So just has that third fence to go. So Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro. This is a horse that comes forward on that score of 27. Only an 8-year-old, stepping up to the level for the first time. So I'm not sure how quickly Sarah will plan to go. But he's certainly bred for the job. Owned by Brett Bullimore, Chris Gillespie, Susan Gillespie and Bruce Saint. And actually Corin Miro by a Miro Z out of Lily Careen, who is the mare that Sarah rode at the European Championships at Blair Castle back in 2015. So watch this space. Now though, back with Janie Cairns, carrying a couple of refusals out on course. So one more would unfortunately result in their elimination. Both of those parallels and that curving right-handed line to the corner, which he takes very deliberately. You can see she's just looking to give him a good experience, not pushing for the clock at all. That moment is gone. As here is Sarah Bullimore, Corin Miro. He's a horse that has really impressed as he's come up the levels. Won the 3-star long format in Montelebretti last season. Nina Hoot going the right-handed route up at the vegetable gardens. And Carthagino looking very keen. Just gets an angle. Oh, and unfortunately just stumbled on landing. And Nina was out the front door. That was really unfortunate because actually he jumped the fence, but just stumbled on landing. We'll see it again. Took it at the angle. And didn't even clip it. Landed and unfortunately just tripped. And that does end their day, but hopefully they are both okay and will be checked out by the vets and medics. But certainly Carthagino looks a little bit unsure as to why his day has finished early. 1 minute Mum was on top, the next she wasn't. Premier Charlie carefully down into the water. Gets the angled brush as well. So Janie Cairns and Sarah Bullimore out on course. Corin Miro, he's such a good looking horse. Lovely expression on his face. As next to go, it is Calvin Bockman. Calvin rides Alter de la Sens and comes forward on 29.4. Was in 14th after dressage, but could easily go into a top 10 position. with a fast clear cross country here. We've got some real movers and shakers on the leaderboard coming up in the next few rides. Janie doing a solid job through the influential bank combination. And back to Sarah Bullimore. Coromiro spring heeled through all elements of the sunken road. Big pats for him. Sarah's had a pretty tough couple of years, it should be said. Things just haven't quite fallen into place, and she looks like she is being flagged down on course. So she is being held. Not entirely sure why that would be. Could be because of this fall. However, they are up on their feet and could be moving off course. So hopefully not a long hold for her. But frustrating when he was in a really lovely rhythm at that stage, and he's just coming to the combination at 12 of the sunken road, which has been pretty influential thus far. Janie Cairns, though, just has 4 jumping efforts remaining. Everybody in the main arena has taken the direct route here. Separately numbered, but very much a direct line. So Janie just has the 2 to go. Sarah Bullimore has been held out on course. I would imagine that means that Calvin Bachmann, Altair de la Sense, will also be held, unless, of course, they feel that they can let him run through and then restart Sarah as soon as they're able to do so. We'll watch this space and keep you up to date with that. Calvin's certainly still continuing to run. So over the last, Janie Cairns comes home. A couple of jumping problems out there, but still a very good completion for her and Premier Charlie. And he looks pretty pleased with himself. So just hearing that actually they are doing some groundworks perhaps out on course. This is Calvin Bachmann, Altair de la Sense, who looks like he is still running. Sarah Bullimore is held just after fence 11. And I think Calvin Bachmann is going to run past her. So we'll watch this space in a second. He is approaching the sunken road, which means that Sarah should be restarted in a couple of minutes' time. Pops through that. And actually, note, Sarah Bullimore is continuing on her way, or has been held a little bit further on. The green dot's just catching up on the live scores. Here's Sarah Bullimore. Okay, so she is continuing to go. She's been restarted. It's only a short hold. Gets through there really nicely on the 4 strides. So it would have only been a couple of moments she was held for. Coromiro, ears pricked, doesn't look at all concerned by that. And it's interesting, actually, sometimes being held while you don't enjoy it at the time can be a blessing in the future. Laura Collett, the year she won badminton with London 52, she was held on course, and that was the first time, having got all the way to 5-star level, that horse had been held on course. And you find out a lot about how they react to it. You don't necessarily want to find that out at the big events. Now, Sarah will be listening to this, or she won't be, but potentially back and going, well, of course I didn't want to be held. I didn't want to find it out at Boekelo. But every cloud has a silver lining, especially if they come and jump like Coromiro is after that short hold. That is what I'm trying to say. He's jumping for fun at the moment. Calvin Bachmann, Altair de la Sense. 1, 2, 3. Goes on the really forward 4 strides. This is going to be quick. Look at him. He's absolutely flying. He's a really, really talented jockey. He's a fast rider as well. And this mare is gritty. She's determined. And interestingly, I don't think he's actually a million miles behind Sarah Bullimore, because obviously she was restarted after her hold. And they're both going pretty quickly. Sarah will be coming back to the fishing pond at 20 in just a couple of minutes' time. Gets the really forward distance through there. Calvin Bokman, Alter de l'Essence, looking to be right at number 5 inside the time by the looks of things. Coromero, the fishing pond, popped through there very well. And actually doesn't look like Sarah is really chasing the clock. Very much looking to give the horse a good experience. As next away, it is Pierre Loiber, led into the box by husband Ben. Ben, who will be one of the last to go. But Pierre heads out on course with Jade on a score of 30.1. Here comes Calvin Bokman to the water. Alter de l'Essence, 14 years of age now. She's been there, got the T-shirts. They've come up through Young Riders together, this duo. They know each other so well. And you can exactly see that out on course. The leader at the moment, Laura Collett and De Capo on 25.3. Ahead of Julia Krajewski, Nickel 21 on 28.8. Sarah Bullimore heads off to the Dara Splash at 25. As hot on her heels, Calvin Bokman will be flying into the picture. And the reason they are so close together, I think, is because Sarah was briefly held on course and then restarted. And Calvin has not been hanging around. So they shouldn't be too close to one another. Sarah will be happily out of the arena by the time he comes in. But Coromero has looked really classy, actually. And I'm thrilled to bits for Sarah because, as I say, hasn't been the easiest couple of years. But my goodness me, this horse looks like he is the real deal. She's got plenty in the tank, I would say, for the future as well. I don't think she's been particularly slow by any stretch of the imagination. I'll be interested to see his time, to be honest. She hasn't hung around, but also doesn't look to have really pushed the accelerator. We'll take a look at it in a second. Coromero looks like he would very happily continue on for another couple of minutes at least. And, oh my goodness me, 1 second inside the time, and they were in third gear the whole way round. Sarah Bullimore, a new star has been born in Coromero. That was an absolute masterclass. An 8-year-old, 1 second inside the time, and she made it look like a walk in the park. They go second behind Laura Collett de Capo. As Pierre Loiber and Jade through 10. Calvin Bokman, Alter de l'Essence. 2 fences left to go for him.
Cannot be overtaken for second. Calvin Bokman, Alter de l'Essence are about to post their finishing score.
Quick check of his watch as he goes to the final fence. I'll be very surprised if he picks up time penalties here. He still scrubbing through the finish. We'll confirm the time for you. But Calvin Bokman, Alter de l'Essence, he was on a good starting score of 29.4. And actually, a couple of seconds over, 30.6. And I'd be really interested because actually you look at him 3 seconds over the time, still a very good round, but he looked like he was travelling quickly. It was a very good round, make no mistake about it, but I would just then flag up Sarah Bullimore, Coromero, who cruised round, didn't look at all quick, 1 second inside the time, 4 seconds quicker. That was a very classy performance. Our latest starter, Grace Cooper, clear of the first 3. Grace rides Cedarmount Cavalier on a score of 40.6. So Pia Loiber and Grace Cooper both out on course at the moment. They'll shortly be joined by China's Alex Fatian with Poseidon's Admiral.
So far, as we join them, looking like they're going to take the alternative here at the double of
Going
corners,
right
14 and 15.
up at the double of corners. Jard and Pia Loiber just gets the horse back to her. This horse produced all the way up the levels by Pia, and gets a good shot at that final element as well. So she continues on her way, clear of 15. But if you are just tuning in here at Boekelo, then welcome to the party. My goodness, it has been an absolutely action-packed day. This morning we had all the thrills and the spills of the Nations Cup competition. Ireland actually rose to the top of that leaderboard. They were 6th after dressage and now lead going into the show jumping, courtesy of some very strong, fast cross-country riding. And in the individual standings, it is Laura Collett who leads the way. De Capo, 25.3, the score to beat. Sarah Bullimore sits in second, Coromiro, so it's a British 1-2 at the top. But the rest of the top 10 still very much wide open. The only other person guaranteed a top 10 is Yulia Krajewski and Nickel, 21. Pia Loiber has no problem at the parallels and corner. As away goes Chinese Olympian Alex Fatian. Into 4 Olympic Games. London, Rio, Paris and Tokyo. Comes forward with Poseidon's Admiral. Lovely little clever bit of footwork from Cedar Cavalier, coming up to the triple bar out of the sunken road. Alex also has a ride at Les Etoiles de Pau in a few weeks' time with Chico. Poseidon's Admiral, the horse that he won the Asian Games title on last year, I think it was. Loiber and Jard taking the right-handed route through the water. Goes from left to right. It's been probably 50-50, which has been the preferred option today. Grace Cooper going the direct route at the vegetable garden. Over the first element, 1, 2, 3, 4, gets the 4 strides. Xenomount Cavalier looked really good through there. As here comes Pia Loiber. Jard. Very quick and economical at the bank. Didn't waste a second there. Alex Fatian, who's based in Cheshire in England, has been for some time at Pinfold Stables. Poseidon's Admiral. Known as Cooley Admiral, so had that Cooley prefix of Richard and Georgina Sheen, who run Cooley Farm over in Ireland. Brilliant sources and producers of young. Ooh. And Cedar Cavalier got Grace out of a spot of bother going through the parallels and the corner. As next away, it is Harriet Wright. Harriet Wright rides Ngong Valley. Comes forward on 37.9. Combination that sat in 78th place after dressage. 10-year-old by Future Trend out of a Clover Hill mare owned by Harriet herself. Just the two to go for our final competitor at the end of the course. Pierre Loiba and Jade. They come to the last two. The time penalties clocking up 0.4 of a penalty for every second over the time. So they can add up pretty quickly. It's going to be the best part of 50 seconds or so over the time. But she comes home with a horse full of running and full of confidence as well. Well, I would say huge credit to Adrian Ditcham. The horses have finished full of running, looking absolutely fantastic today. I know they made some real changes and tweaks and had a lot of conversations and did a lot of work on the ground. But I think it would be fair to say that it's absolutely paid off and they got it right. Loves to tell you if you get it wrong, but huge credit when you get it right as well. Taking a really right-handed line into the water, which gives them more of a direct approach. The skinny, Grace Cooper, Cedar Mount Cavalier. As this is Harriet Wright and the Gong Valley. Jumping the parallel at 3. Combination actually were top 20 at Blair Castle last year in the long format 4-star there. Alex Fatian and Poseidon's Admiral, he actually spoke pretty candidly from Eventing Nation about this horse's plans for the cross country, and he was keen that he used it as a bit of an educational run, would run a bit quickly and give the horse some experience in this kind of ground and this kind of challenge. But then he could adapt if he needed to. Well, Poseidon's Admiral looks like he's up to the task because can jump a little bit carefully when the going is a bit sticky, but certainly is looking very confident. Went well up at Blair Castle in the 4-star short there, which would have been good preparation. Admittedly very different terrain, but you know, horses have got to learn to go in all different types of conditions. As next away from the start, it is the turn of Austria's Leah Siegel. 28.7 after dressage with Van Helsing P. A horse that has won Nations Cup legs in the past, has been to European Championships for Leah as well. And I think is one that is pretty quick on the cross country as well. So watch this space. In terms of the time, we've had 2, 3, 4, 5 go inside. Cedar Mount Cavalier, Grace Cooper. Time penalties clocking up, but it's been a good clear round from them. And they just have the last to go. And she'll be absolutely thrilled with that, I am sure. Been a real partnership from the two of them out on course. And they head into the collecting ring. 55.8, their total score. Here's Harriet Wright at the Sunken Road. Beautifully through all 3 elements there. Alex Fatian, meanwhile, taking the direct option at the Fisherman's Water. Poseidon's Admiral still ears pricked. And makes light work of it.
We're really happy to have you. When can we see you as the winner? Well, I'm going to keep on forgetting my dress up and maybe one day.
Gong Valley, Harriet Wright going the direct route at the Vegetable Garden. We've seen the longer route there actually jump on a few more occasions than I thought we might. It does take a few seconds longer. It's an extra jumping effort as well. Alex Fatian doing a good job to keep Poseidon's Admiral up to the line. As here is Austria's young star. Despite only being about 25 years of age, I think Leah has represented Austria an Olympic Games in Tokyo, World Championships in Protoni, in top 15 and top 25 respectively at those, and a couple of European Championships to boot. Harriet Wright seeing quite a forward distance to the first of those parallels, and the second, and the corner, but it all comes off for her. Next away, it is the turn of Sam Ekroyd for Great Britain with Bloomfield Manuscript. Sam comes forward on 31.2, was 27th after the first phase, but he was very pleased with this horse's test. Only stepped up to the 4-star level pretty recently, had a super top 5 finish at Blenheim Palace 8-9-year-old division. Sam rides this horse for owners Rob and Tricia Sargent and Joe and Kate Walls. Kate, who's out supporting them there this week, as Alex Fatian through the finish with Poseidon's Admiral, who gave him a super spin cross country. I think he's going to be a million miles off the clock, I wouldn't think. There we go. Some 15 seconds over, finishes on 35.0. And that is good enough to see him go into the top 20 at the moment. Harriet Wright. And Ngong Valley quickly putting distance between them and the Fisherman's Water. Bloomfield Manuscript was super speedy at Blenheim, was the only clear round inside the time. Double check that in the 8 and 9-year-old class.
Sam Ekroyd, Bloomfield Manuscript over the footbridge as we go back up the order to Leah Siegel and Van Helsing. Going to the double of corners here, by the Robbers area.
Leah, Van Helsing, Pete, no problems for them at the direct route at the double of corners. That's just confirming Bloomfield Manuscript. They were the only one inside the time at Blenheim in the 8 and 9-year-old class. And we'll come back to them in just a second. For now, though, Harriet Wright goes on to the final water at 25. Grace Cooper walking off Cedar Mount Cavalier at the end of her round. It's really good to see Sam with horses back up at this level. Came out to Young Riders, had a couple of horses that he took up to 5-star. But it's hard work building a string of 5-star horses, and you've got to get the timing right, otherwise you end up with a few youngsters stepping up the levels. And it can leave a bit of a gap in the very, very upper level. But Bloomfield Manuscript has been a good horse for him this year. A couple of wins at the 3-star level. Leah Siegel, who is back from that absolutely horrendous injury that she had earlier on in the season. She had to have her leg elevated for a good period of time. I think it was a severely, badly broken ankle. But actually, she ended up, when she first did get back in the saddle, she had to ride with no stirrups because she couldn't put weight on it. And really good to see her back competing. Good work from Sam. Gives Bloomfield Manuscript a nice pat. Coming out of the sunken road.
Susie Berry in a few moments' time as well, with Kilcandra and Captain.
So Danielle McCormack and Hilda Billy Orinoco we saw head out of the start box. So 3 combinations out on course 4, in fact, because just coming home, Harriet Wright and Ngong Valley. Harriet, who welcomed her first baby just 6 months or so ago. Good to see her back at the 4-star level. And they are home. So Harriet Wright, just a few time penalties to add, 56.7 her overnight score. Round in 9 minutes and 52 seconds. 9 minutes and 5 the optimum time, remember. Leah Siegel, back to the Fisherman's Water. pretty enthusiastic Boekelo crowd, it should be said. They enjoy the hospitality throughout the day, aka there's lots of beer tents and other beverages of choice. But it's a real party atmosphere in Boekelo. Oh, and Bloomfield Manuscript just pops out the side door, actually, at the first of those two corners. And Sam actually just gives him a reassuring pat down the neck. We'll come round to probably go to the long route. But I think Sam saw a distance and the horse didn't quite go with it, him on it, but he's only a young horse actually. And Sam actually then takes him through the long route. And he pops through there, ears pricked. And you can see Sam just easing up on the accelerator. And it looks like he's just going to bring the horse home with a good experience that will put them in great stead for next year. Still only a relatively young horse. So Leah Siegel in the main arena. We've just seen Sam Aykroyd and Danielle McCormack is at the early part of her round. They're the three out on course at the moment. Here's Danielle McCormack, Hildair Billy Orinoco. Danielle based in the UK, rides for the Hildair stud. Anna Sims-Hilditch as Leah Siegel at the end of her round. Van Helsingpie gets a shot at the last. And it'll be interesting to see her time because she was on a very competitive starting score of 28.7. There we go, 9.28, so a few time penalties in there, 37.9. That will see her go into 19th place at the moment. And actually, that means that Julia Krajewski and Nickel 21 are guaranteed a top 5 place going into the show jumping tomorrow. They're currently in 3rd. Sam Aykroyd and Bloomfield Manuscript. Actually, just wonder if he's just decided to call it a day. Pops his hand up and retires. Actually, is showing as eliminated, but didn't see where he would have eliminated himself at that fence. Aha! Just getting news in, he missed a fence at fence 9. That would have been the second of the brushes coming out of the water. The first water. Oh, goodness me. Hildair Billy Orinoco deserves that big pat from Danielle McCormack because got themselves out of a bit of a sticky situation. Yeah, so Sam Aykroyd has been given as a missed jump coming out of the water at 9. And just chances are that missed the flag as opposed to Sam not jumping the fence. But hey, we'll revert back to that in the future. He's actually walking home, but actually the horse looks like he has all of the ingredients and definitely one to look forward to seeing in 2025. Getting to the end of 2024. It's been a long day. Anyway, Danielle McCormack, Hildair Billy Orinoco. Needs to put a little bit of change back in the bank because would have used up a little bit of confidence going through the direct route to those corners. Can't afford to dip in anymore. Lovely. Through the parallels in the corner. Away goes another ride for Susie Berry. She's the fastest of the day so far with her first horse. Round in 8.53 with Clever Trick. Comes forward this time with Kilcandra Capital on a score of 31.2. And part of that Irish Nations Cup team that sits in pole position going forward to tomorrow's show jumping. The crowd's dissipating slightly as we head to the end of a pretty busy day here in Boekelo. We've still got a good amount of cross country to bring you, it should be said. If you're tuning in looking for a specific combination, we are running probably about 50 minutes behind schedule. Various holds on course just mean that it has been the case. But Danielle McCormack has no problems there. Susie Berry at the big rails at 3. Kilcandra Capital, the horse that she brings forward here. The teams have been working so hard on the ground, making sure that it is in peak condition. Kilcandra Capital, an 11-year-old Irish bred. Actually, was the horse that she took to Le Moulin 5-star a little bit earlier on this year. Top 15 at Kronenberg in the 4-star long format in the spring, and has been 5th at Blair Castle a couple of years ago as well. So good form at the 4-star level. It's back to Danielle McCormack. And sees a really forward shot out of the bank combination at 20. Susie had a super spin with Clever Trick earlier, and she looks like she's set out at a pretty good gallop with Kilcandra Capital as well. 5 people have gone inside the time so far. Just confirm that is still the case. Corin Miro, Great Britain for Sarah Bullimore. Cute Girl, Hallie Coon for the USA. Clever Trick, Susie Berry, fastest of the day. Global DHI for Switzerland with Robin Godel. And then Blarney, Monbeg, Pepper and Daniel Alderson as well. So 5 combinations at the moment in with a chance of finishing on their dressage score tomorrow. Next away, it is the 3rd and final ride for Lara de Liedekerke-Meier for Belgium. This time she brings forward Lara de Liedekerke-Meier. This is an 8-year-old that went brilliantly at Le Lion d'Angers in the Young Horse World Championships last year to take the individual silver in the 7-year-old division. So only an 8-year-old. Is very well placed on a score of 27.3, was 6th after dressage, but could move up to 3rd with a fast clear. I can't help but feel that perhaps Lara might very much use this as a good experience run for the future. As Danielle McCormack looks absolutely thrilled with Hilda Billy Orinoco. And I have to say, this horse was a real little star out there. They were a proper team. And they come home with a few time penalties to finish on 46.7 at the end of cross country day. Susie has no problems at the Sunken Road, while Lara and Cairado Darville. The ground a little bit churned up in places now. They've worked unbelievably hard on it, but it's only natural given the amount of rain. I mean, you've seen the amount of mud around the place. If you were tuned in at lunchtime, you would have seen the gator that got very stuck. That is how much mud they have been dealing with. They've done a great job keeping the show on the road. Oh, Susie Berry saw the stride committed and it paid off. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier's Cairado Darville on that score of 27.3, but Susie Berry's on a pretty decent starting score as well, 31.2. That could see her go into the top 10 overnight. At the moment it is Laura Collett, Sarah Bullimore, Julia Krawski as the top 3 on the leaderboard. Susie setting up for these two big parallels. They jump on a fairly forward line, to be honest. They've rewarded bold riding, but she's just taking the extra time and care and attention with them, and actually that was absolutely the right thing to do. Next away from the start, it is Jordy Wilken for the Netherlands with Carrick View Ambassador on 39.8. And in terms of the Dutch National Championship, we've still got a few left to go, but the leader at the moment, Janneke Boonzaaijer, I'm Special NOP, 43.6. We've got Jordy, Stefan Hazelager, Jan Matthijssen and Jan Heinen, who could all go ahead of Janneke, but of course wouldn't have a huge amount of time in hand of her. Kairado Darville just ducks off to the left-hand side, and I think Lara will be pretty frustrated with that fence today. Doubting myself, but I have a feeling that that's caught her out on all three of her rides. It's certainly been one of great frustration. It didn't catch her out on Formidable, beg your pardon. That was the first of the waters. And actually didn't on Quintus either, so she'll be frustrated with a few fences in the Boekelo track. But sometimes it's just not your day. Susie takes the flag. You see the person just stood there with the iPad filming. There you get the head-on view, should there be any question marks over whether they were inside the flag or not. Waiting for the four strides, and actually it paid off really well for her. Susie Berry through the bank. So two combinations out on course at the moment, now joined by Jordy Wilken and Carrick View Ambassador, makes it 3 in total. Susie Berry the furthest round. She'll be heading off in search of the main arena. That's right out at the far side of the course. Lara de Liedekerke-Meier, Kairado Darville. Holds for the 5 strides and just ducks out the left-hand side, and she actually pops a hand up, gives the horse a pat, decides to call it a day. And you know what? Sometimes things just don't fall into place, but they live to fight another day. And I'm sure we'll see them back in the top spot in the winner's enclosure in the not too distant future. So here comes Susie Berry, Kilcandra Capital. Susie, who had the fastest round of the day so far, rounded 8 minutes 53 seconds, some 12 seconds inside the time of 9 minutes and 5 seconds with her first ride, Clever Trick. Now has Kilcandra Capital. Jordy Wilken and Carrick View Ambassador on that score of 39.8. 39.8 would see you go just outside the top 20 with a fast clear. This horse owned by Jordy alongside Jolona Hoffman. As away from the start goes Pauline Noor, Avelay MAF on 37.1. As Susie Berry comes back in the other direction. Her round is done and dusted. And we'll wait for her time. There we go. Few time penalties, 45.6. So that sees her just outside the top 30. And it would be very interesting, actually, to get the insight of somebody like Susie, who had a ride at the beginning of the day and then one much later on, as to how the ground has ridden differently. Geordie taking the alternative after a couple of problems a little bit earlier on at 8C. So he then takes the alternative at the Sunken Road. So on 2 refusals. Can't afford another. Pauline Nor. Overlay gets in quite tight to the parallel at 3. As next away for Australia, it is Sarah Clark with Cassalia S. Comes forward on 36.1. Sarah, who's recently relocated over to Ireland to be based with Sarah Ennis, top championship level rider for Ireland, and having a huge amount of fun but learning a great deal as well. That's Pauline Nor. Clear so far. Of the first 4 fences. And this horse was actually produced over in Australia by Sarah. She had spent some time coming over with her top rider LV Baloo Jeans, who she sadly lost at the start of this year, but he came over and she campaigned towards Burghley, jumped a super clear cross country at Burghley with him, and this horse was very much part of her plans back home, but I think she got the bug for competing over in mainland Europe, and has since travelled all over the place. Been based in the UK with Bill Levitt, now based over in Ireland, but manages to compete over here in mainland Europe and been to lots of different venues. Really enjoying the experience. Comes forward on 36.1. And Cassalia S, not overly experienced, just an 8-year-old. I think she does think this is quite a big test for the horse, so looking to give her a really good experience for the future.
Next competitor, the number 86.
Taking the long route up at the Vegetable Garden, Geordie Wilkin. It's like he might have just adjusted 1 or 2 of his plans, having had those 2 run-outs at the first water at 8C. As the Sunken Road, which has caused its fair share of problems today, doesn't cause any such problems for Pauline Nor. Geordie 17 and 18, and he's done a very good job in giving this horse good experience after those earlier problems. He very much for the horse to come home having enjoyed his trip round Boekelo with a view for what they could possibly achieve next season. So if you are just tuning in, a very warm welcome to you. We've had quite the day of cross-country action. We've still got around a dozen or so combinations to come forward, the likes of Cosby Green, who'll be next away for the United States of America. You've got Max Warburton, Monbeg exclusive for Great Britain. He's well placed. There's a couple of riders still very much in contention for the Dutch National Championship division as well. Absolutely no doubt it will be thrills and spills until the very end. We are running a little bit behind schedule, probably around some 50 minutes or so, just through various holds on course, most notably to make fence repairs or work on the ground. And the Dutch crowd are so enthusiastic, particularly of their home riders. So next away, it is a very talented young American rider, Cosby Green, with Cooley Seeing Magic. Cosby, who heads back home to the Mars Maryland 5-star at Fair Hill next week. with a Highly Suspicious. Comes forward with Cooley Seeing Magic here, who's just an 8-year-old by Metal, owned by Joe Piddock. 29.9, their first phase score, so could go into a top 5 position for sure. There's a couple still to go that could challenge the top 5. Sarah Clark. Oh, unfortunately, getting thrown right to the bottom of the sunken road. Good to see her very quickly back up on her feet. But Kazalia S just wanted another look at it. Was very keen coming in. I didn't actually look down until right at the last minute. And thought, oh gosh, big old step down there. And unfortunately sent Sarah to have a closer inspection first of all. But she's up on her feet. And they'll both be checked. Hopefully they'll be back out competing. None the worse for wear after that tumble, but not their day today, unfortunately. Jordy Wilkin sees a pretty forward distance at the bank. He looks like he's thoroughly enjoying his spin round, Boekelo. Pauline Noor. Overlay just had a good look over the log. They land on dry land this year. That was a big change from last year. There were a number of falls and they had to do a lot of work on the ground in the water, which was by all accounts absolutely fine, but a few too many falls in it, which meant that they actually made it slightly softer in a way this year. Still a big imposing fence, and actually it's jumped on the whole very well. It has caught 1 or 2 out, but on the whole it's jumped very well.
Op 26 en 27, nog 2 sprongen te gaan. We weten dat Pauline Knor ook goed in de wedstrijd zit. Zal een mooi eind op weg richting het hoogtrein. Jordi Wilkin, voorlaatste sprong genomen.
Jordy Wilkin just has the last to go. It'll be a completion for him with Carrick View Ambassador. Just had those couple of problems at the 8th, but actually he was then really sensible and just got the horse home safely with a good experience. And the Dutch crowd showing their appreciation. They're so enthusiastic. 161.8 his penalty score. So at the moment, got around 65 going forward to the jumping tomorrow, but of course still a few more to go cross country. Here comes Pauline Noor. And this bank here at Boekelo has taken a few different forms over the years and usually catches its fair share out. It has done again this year. As away goes Bundy Philpott for New Zealand, competing as an individual with Henson First Lady, 38.7 their first phase score. Cosby Green had such a brilliant result at Defender Burley this year. She's got a really nice team of horses. She's actually based over with Tim and Janelle Price at Cheddington Equestrian. As look at the smile on Pauline Noor's face. She can't believe it. Absolutely thrilled to pieces. 50.7. Just a few time penalties to add to her dressage score. And you see the delight. You see how much hard work, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the sacrifice that goes into being able to make results such as this happen. And it's very special for us to be able to share them as well. Bundy clear of the first 3. As Cosby Green. Cooley Seeing Magic. Relatively new ride for her. Was originally started by Janelle Price, who's been a real mentor to Cosby. And she's a very, very smart jockey. She had a super spin round at the Nations Cup in Liniers with Highly Suspicious, the horse that she's taken out to Maryland for the 5-star. She's got a couple of 5-star horses now. Copper Beach, of course, has really given her a great platform of experience at that level. So, 2 combinations out on course at the moment. Cosby Green and Bundy Philpott, the United States and New Zealand. They'll shortly be joined by Great Britain's Max Warburton, who are on a very competitive score of 28.7. the flag, but the fence stayed in place. I was just getting news that Bundy Philpott actually had 20 penalties at 9. The second of the angled brushes out of the first water, with Henton First Lady clear at the second time of asking. As here goes Max Warburton. 28.7 his score after the first phase. Max, who rode this horse at Badminton a little bit earlier on this year, was a horse that was originally brought out by Andrew Nicholson. Max, who's taken on a couple of horses from Andrew, actually. He's making a real name for himself in having some very good horses and being able to be very competitive as well. Bundy Philpott, Henton First Lady. For New Zealand, Coolly Seeing Magic kicked on away from the Fisherman's Water by Cosby Green as we go back to Max Warburton. Some 4 really nice inviting fences before the first of the combinations comes up actually at fence 8. That was because fences 4, 5 and 6 were all removed due to the weather and ground conditions. Oh, Cosby's doing, just ran out of luck. I was going to say she's doing a really good job in keeping her line in difficult circumstances there. The jump on top of the bank wasn't what she would have wanted. Just went far too far over to the right. Hugged the Christmas trees, was a mile off and then slipped slightly and just couldn't get the line for that final element. Horse only an 8-year-old. And that just didn't come off for them there. But get it at the second time of asking. And actually that's going to mean that Figaro Fonroy will be guaranteed a top 5 position overnight. Could be a British 1-2-3 at the top of the leaderboard. It is a 1-2 at the moment. Laura Collett and Sarah Bullimore. Max Warburton is out on course. He could go 3rd. Cannot afford to be even a second over the time though, because Yulia Krajewski, Nickel 21, just 0.1 of a penalty behind him. Max, whose partner Susie Berry already had a couple of runs round the course. She will have fed back information to him, I'm sure. Still good to see lots of people here supporting all of the riders. It's been a very, very busy day of cross country. Actually around 4:20 local time now. See the martingale is broken on Henton First Lady. Just flapping in between the horse's legs. Oh, and unfortunately, just parts company away from the final corner. Henton First Lady looks a little bit befuddled as to why the bridle is half off, and fingers crossed will be caught very quickly. That was a heavy enough fall for Bundy. So away goes Jan Mathiasen. Very good to see Bundy up on her feet. See, got the second of those, just struggling for their line and actually just ended up a little bit too tight to the corner. And then that just catapulted her out at the front end. And Henton First Lady has been caught, which is great to see. No Lauren Nicholson has left the start box yet, and actually just getting news that she has withdrawn, so Larcott Z will not be going forward to the cross country. So Cosby Green is back through the finish flags, and wouldn't have been a million miles away from the time actually without that 20 penalties. So lots to look forward to for the future. Didn't all quite come together today, but only an 8-year-old. Max Warburton actually taking the long route. up at the double of corners, which I'm quite surprised by. But he's very quickly away. Actually, just looking to see what was happening with Max there, because I'm not sure if he has been pulled up out on course just while this fence is rebuilt. There we go. So that means Joanna Mahler is held down at the start. Jan Matthijssen will also be held out on course 2. So Max will be held just while that fence is rebuilt. We've got just a handful of competitors left to come forwards. We've got one for Germany, Joanna Mahler. She will be next away from the start. Gert-Jan Heinen for the Netherlands, Ben Leuber for Germany, Stefan Hazeliger for the Netherlands, and Julia Norman for Zimbabwe. But very good to see Bundy reunited with Henton First Lady, who has been also reunited with her bridal. And the teams here all work so well together, able to offer their support. They'll be checked out by the medics and the vets anyway, but we will get news on when we will be restarting very shortly. For now though, we will have a moment's break. I'll give my voice a little break for a second, and your ears a break perhaps, and we'll be back up and running in just a moment. So Max is back up and running with Monbeg exclusive, and that means Jan Matthijssen will be as well in just a moment's time. But Max Warburton has our sole attention for a few moments. He's up clear through 16. Monbeg exclusive actually held probably around 3.5 minutes. Maybe 4 minutes into this track, so not a bad time to be held, to be fair. Horse would have refilled his lungs. Wasn't held for very long either. And horse was clever actually, just found himself quite close to that final corner. So Jan Matthijssen just waiting on news of them. With Geronimo, Jan, who is making his debut at the level here this weekend. And I think he won't mind me saying 62 years of age. And it's pretty cool if you're 62 years of age, having only started international eventing some 5 years ago, to produce a horse all the way up to the 4-star long level. I'd say that really does deserve a huge round of applause. So we'll catch up with them hopefully very shortly. But Max Warburton has no problems at the water. So just waiting for news on Jan. He has been restarted clear of the first 4. There we go.
Rustig. 62-jarige leeftijd nog deze wedstrijd.
Geronimo.
Met Geronimo.
We'll come back to in a second. Pauline Noor just regrouping after her excellent clear round cross country. Yulia Kravsky will be 4th at worst, going into the show jumping with Nickel 21. Laura Collett will lead with De Capo, Sarah Bullimore, Corimiro in 2nd, and Max Warburton is the only one that could go ahead of Yulia to stop her being in a podium position. So, waiting down at the start, that is Joanna Mahler, who will be next away. With Crazy Carlotta. Max Warburton heading to the final few fences in his round. He's just got the 4 to go in the main arena. I did just see a glimpse of a chestnut horse being walked away. Don't have any news on Jan Matthijs and Geronimo, but luckily get to see them come into sight now, so we know they're safe and sound. As Max Warburton comes to the final 2 fences, be interesting to see his time. He's still pushing for the clock. The ground out there will certainly be feeling the effects of the nearly 100 horses that have been over it. And we'll get you a time for Max in just a second. News in though for Jan Matthijsen, and that was 20 penalties at the brush coming out of the water at 9. So clear at the second time of asking. But how cool is Geronimo? They're taking the long route up at those corners. As next away, Joanna Mahler and Crazy Carlotta. Ears pricked, looking for the first fence as they get their round underway. They've had a long wait throughout today, but we're into the final 5 combinations to leave the start box. Oh, just ducking past the corner. And unfortunately, that's their second problem out on course, Jan Matthijsen. And he's got to come round and represent. Not the easiest of fences to get to. And Geronimo, so honest. What a partnership these two make. They go on in search of the final water, or the second last water, beg your pardon. Crazy Carlotta at the footbridge at 3. And actually, it looks like you almost jump into the crowds there, but the horses have jumped it pretty well as the day has gone on. Joanna Mahler coming on that score of 32.4, so all to play for them in the cross country. As next away, it is Gert Jan Heinen and Goliath Gert, who represented the Netherlands at the Nations Cup in Arveel. Will be next to go from the start. Geronimo still ears pricked, still looking for the next fence and jumping. So honest. Jan Heinen did a 36.9 in the first phase yesterday, as Joanna Mahler and Crazy Carlotta putting the first 4 fences behind them. Gert Jan Heinen underway. Oh, saw an absolute flyer at the first. 36.9, his first phase score. Left them down in 73rd position, but put it this way, a clear inside the time on 36.9 would see you go inside the top 20 as things stand at the moment. So safe to say there's been plenty of movement on the leaderboard. It has not been a dressage competition. We didn't expect it would be. Here comes Joanna Mahler to the sunken road. Just ducks out the right-hand side. And unfortunately, that is 20 penalties for them. A time in for Monbeg exclusive Max Warburton, and 4.8 time penalties sees them in 11th at the moment, which means that Nickel 21 and Yulia Krajewski will sit in 3rd behind Laura Collett and Sarah Bullimore. Ben Massey in 4th, Hallie Coon in 5th going forward. And actually, Joanna Mahler jumps that and then pops her hand up and decides to call it a day. So Gert Jan Heinen pops the footbridge. Beautiful display of pumpkins, feeling very autumnally festive. Joanna Mahler just trotting home, having had those problems, or having had that problem at the sunken road. Well, Jan Matthijssen, 62 years of age, has produced this horse up the levels himself. The only horse he's ever evented internationally. Only started international eventing 5 years ago. And together, yes, they've had a couple of problems out on course, but for me, this will be one of the great stories here in Boekelo. What a brilliant achievement. And they look like they have thoroughly enjoyed their trip round. Geronimo, the heart of a lion. Unbelievably genuine. They just have the 2 fences left to go. And just have to jump the final fence. What a star this horse is. And what a brilliant achievement for Jan Matthijssen. That is some story. And makes you believe that anything is possible. He's getting one of the biggest cheers of the day. The home crowd absolutely applauding his bravery, his brilliant partnership with his horse, it should be said. They did that together. Geronimo, absolutely fantastic. And plenty of time penalties, but it wasn't about that, was it? It was about the completion. And they should be very, very proud of it. So, next away, Ben Loiber and Citius. 31.4, so a good first phase score. Could go 8th on the leaderboard with a fast clear. Oh, sit tight. And I think it is very fair to say that actually the Goliath helped Gert out there, popped him back in the saddle. He's actually decided to pop his hand up and call it a day, but he very nearly gave him an early inspection of the bottom of the sunken road. Over the first element, just had it, popped his head, had a look, and then thought, oh no, I'll go. And in doing so, popped Gert back in the saddle. But actually just deciding to pop their hand up and retire. So we have 3 combinations left to go. Julia Norman and Stefan Hazelager still to leave the start box. Actually, Ben Loiber is out on course, so need to get him home safely. But it has been an action-packed day here, and I have to say huge credit once again has got to go to the brilliant team who have worked unbelievably hard on the ground to make the event possible to continue. You can see just by the amount of mud everywhere, but on the course, they have worked tirelessly in pretty challenging conditions. So Ben Loiber on that good score of 31.4. Soon to be joined out on course by a gold rush, Stefan Hazelager on a score of 41.0, the final Dutch combination of the day. And the only rider that can stand between Janneke Boonzaaijer and the overnight lead in the Dutch National Championship, because Gold Rush on a score of 41.0 couldn't afford too many time penalties. Janneke on 43.6 currently leads the way there. Loiber, a rider who has been responsible for producing some really, really talented horses in the world. Actually looks like he's taking the long route at the Sunken Road. Produced Clever Louis of Chris Burton's. In the horse's early days of his career. Not aware of a problem at the Sunken Road for Ben. Looks like he was just making a choice. There's Gold Rush. Rattles the footbridge at 3 but clears it. And then just one combination left to go. Julia Norman and Capriccio will be out on course in a few moments' time to bring a very busy day of cross-country action to a close. So people still enjoying all of the Boekelo hospitality. It has been an action-packed day full of crowds. And this lady will be the last to leave the start box. That is the rider's tent just in the background there that you can see. That would have been jam-packed first thing this morning, which would have become a little bit emptier as the day progressed. Loiber taking the direct route at the corners. And gets them on the 4 strides. Actually makes the 4 strides come up very easily. So this is Stefan Hazelager on a score of 41.0. Julia Norman had a really fun round with her first ride of the day, Contendro, and now has Capriccio. She gets counted down away from the start. Lovely shots out of the start box to the first. Capriccio on a score of 35.0. And actually her first ride, Contendro, picked up some 28.4 time penalties, but it was a really fun, clear round. They looked like they grew in confidence. And it would have been a round that would have set them up very well for next year. Loiber class at that combination. Capriccio has a lovely shot at the footbridge at 3 with Julia Norman. And Loiber just in that final water has had a steady round on Citius. Doesn't look like it's been about chasing the clock at all. But it's given the horse lots of confidence. And it's been a long day, but they've done a brilliant job. And I think their footing going into that fence is probably going to be one of the best out on course. They have worked tirelessly. Good to see the sense of humour is still in full swing. I'm sure I wasn't the only one that was expecting those two to break into dance as well. Stefan taking the long route up at the vegetable garden.
Here at the By Robbers fence, Steven Haslager and Gold Rush.
En Stefan Haaseleger kiest voor de alternatieve route bij hindernis 4.
Just looks to swing right-handed for that final jumping effort. And very quickly away. And Neuber. Citius up, actually gets in quite tight to the first of those skinny brushes, but actually gives him a little bit more time before the second. That's Julia Norman. Capriccio has the first 4 fences under her belt as the last to go here in Boekelo. The crowds are dispersing. It's been an action-packed day of competition. This the final water for Ben Leuber. Not taking any chances, really took the time to set up for the first of those parallels. The horse is extremely bold, as he saw through the second 2 elements, and actually he needed to just take that extra pull for the first of them, and it meant that he jumped through the rest of it really nicely rather than jumping himself into bother. Athletically clear through the sunken road for Julia Norman. So, Stefan. We see Ben Leuber and Citius, just 2 to go for them. They've come out of the main arena. The time penalties clocking up pretty steadily. It's been about it, a good confidence building clear cross country round. It was never about chasing the clock. And clears the final 2, comes home to complete. So Ben Leuber and Citius are home, and we'll give them a total final score of 56.6. That puts them in 43rd place at the moment. And if we're looking at those riders that are coming forward to tomorrow, we're looking at around 71, 72 that will be jumping on the final day. Stefan Hazelager. Oh, athletic. Just got him very close.
Is voor de sprong aan de linkerkant om die aan te rijden. Dan volgens door het midden. Hij heeft daar een beetje een vervelende afstand. En dan was het samen.